Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Where is it? There we go. Hi. How's everyone doing today on this fine Sunday? There we go. Today, I'm excited because like last week we barely made any progress on the book. We only read like I think 50 pages. Let me see. We're at like page 53. We didn't do too much because I was pretty tired. But today I am already feeling like I have more energy. So I think we can definitely do more today, and I'm very much excited to see where this is going, considering it is still part of one of my favorite universes of the books we've read so far. The first 3 books were pretty fucking good. So I'm excited to see where the 4th one, where this one is going now. So far we haven't seen too much. We've gotten a little bit of introduction to 2 of the new characters with Kosika and Tez, I think her name was. And then we had a little bit of stuff with Alucard. Like, what about Kel and Lila? Like, come on. We need to see some Kel and Lila action again. You know. I love me some Kel and Lila stuff. I'm very curious on where this book will take us. Because in those 7 years, a lot of things can happen. And I like how we are jumping back and forth between present day and 7 years ago, right after the stuff that happens in the books, right after the events of the book. I'm not sure yet how long we do and what we'll do after that. Maybe we'll do some Persona. We can do Genshin stuff or Honkai stuff maybe. I feel like I might do Honkai for a bit and then or Persona. I don't think I'm gonna do Genshin today. And then I don't know. We'll see. I'm still on the Guild Wars grind as well, trying to get that legendary weapon that I want. And it's going pretty well. I'm making progress. It's getting better and better, but it's still fairly far away, I'd say. But I'm very hopeful and I'm optimistic that it won't take that long anymore. Let's just say it like that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes for today. Maybe we'll do some Mustache. There was a Mustache update the other day that I haven't checked out yet. Maybe they've added some new songs. Let me check actually real quick if there's any news here. Happy Otaku Pack Volume 20 is now updated. Okay, I guess there is some new music. Nice. Do, 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 do. Okay. Well, oh yeah, this game is all your stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be playing that again. That in Verbis Virtus, that puzzle where we were at was just so frustrating, and I don't know if I'm going to be doing that. As much as I like the game, these puzzles are frustrating as hell. I think also today might be a day where we're gonna be just like straight up hopping into the book. So I guess we can get started at chapter 4 of part 1. Okay. Of course, as well, guys, I got my tea. I got everything ready. Yeah, I think today is gonna be a bit more of a quieter day here, but that doesn't matter. We're still gonna be doing the book. So let's go. The White Rose stood at the window watching Emery go. Then she took up the length of silk that had been her dress and began the careful work of winding it back around her limbs, her chest, her waist, moving with expert fingers as she tied the one and only knot in a bow at her wrist. Despite the fact she had no intention of being unwrapped again that night. If she had, Kiara would have gone down the stairs, returning to the salon and the bar and the waiting patrons below. Instead, she went up, past the various chambers, most already in use, and stopped only when she reached the door at the last level. Behind it lay the private quarters that served as her office, the place where the famed White Rose shed the role of host and stepped back into that of businesswoman. She was, after all, the brothel's owner. The door was locked, or at least it should have been, but as Kiara reached the landing, she was surprised to find the door ajar. If she had touched the handle, she would have found it cold, frozen even, to the touch. Instead, she reached into her hair and drew out one of the thin silver pins, letting it hang from her fingers as she stepped inside. The room was just as she'd left it, with one noticeable exception. A man now sat behind the pale wood desk, her desk, as if it were his own. She flicked her fingers, and several candles sprang to life, casting the room and the intruder in a soft yellow glow. His face brightened, or rather, the mask he wore did, reflecting the light. It was an ornate thing, the surface like poured gold, the top curling upward like the spokes of a sun. Kiara's shoulders loosened in recognition. She painted on a smile, but didn't let go of the pin. "The master of the veil," she said. "What brings you here?" "Hi, Wes, how's it going?" The Veil was another pleasure garden, one of dozens in the city, but unlike the others, it didn't stay in one place and only opened at the whims of its master. Just me saying hi. Normal, yeah, understandable. It didn't stay in one place and only opened at the whims of its master. That was the gimmick, an invitation-only club that descended like a cloud shadow sweeping over a building for a single night. The man behind the desk spread his hands and said in Vescan, "I was waiting for you." She stiffened a little, answered in Arnesian, "There are far more comfortable rooms in which to wait." "I'm sure," he said, lifting a glass orb from the desk. Inside, a white rose hung suspended, preserved in perpetual bloom, a gift from one of her patrons. But none are quite so private. Kiara lifted her chin. "You should know, more than most, the discretion of my hosts." He began to roll the orb across the table from one hand to another. "Indeed, they have certainly been accommodating." As the glass ball whispered on the table, Kiara studied the master of the veil. She'd never seen his face, but then she didn't need to. She'd dealt with enough patrons to read the kinds of truth only a body tells. She noticed the way he draped himself across the chair, her chair, the way he took up space, even in a private office, as if entitled to it. Astra, she thought, maybe even Vestra. It was there, in his posture, and in the languidness of his Arnesian, and the formality of his Vescan, which spoke more to education than experience. It was there, in the shape of his hands, and the crescents of his nails. It was there, in the taunt that tugged at the corner of his voice, as if they too were seated at a rash board. Though she guessed he didn't play games, not unless he already knew that he would win. The man pushed the glass ball again, but this time, as his left hand flung the orb away, his right made no motion to catch it. It rolled briskly across the desk and straight over the edge. Kiara lunged forward, caught the sphere just before it shattered on the floor. She sighed and straightened. And when she did, the master of the veil was right there, no longer behind the desk, but in front of it, in front of her, so close that she could almost see the eyes behind the mask. A single lock of dark hair curled around the corner of the golden mask. She reached up, as if to tuck it behind his ear, her fingers ready to pull the mask aside, but his hand closed around her wrist. His fingers burning cold. She flinched, but his grip tightened, seeming to enjoy her discomfort. She'd handled enough patrons to recognize the ones who took pleasure in another's pain. She fought the urge to drive the silver pin into his side and smiled through the biting cold. "There are other rooms for that," he said evenly, "and other hosts." Speaking of hosts, he let go and returned to his seat, her seat at the table. "I've come to hire 3 for my next opening. It will be a larger crowd. Perhaps you should hire more of your own instead of borrowing mine. The beauty of the veil that it's always changing. Never the same garden. Never the same flowers." "Precisely," he said. Kiara looked down at her wrist, the skin there red from the lingering cold. "It'll cost double, because of the risk." "Risk?" She couldn't see him arch a brow. She could hear it in his voice. "Businesses like ours cater to a diverse clientele, but my consorts have noticed that many of your patrons share the same mark." She looked down at the glass ball in her hand. "Now, they are of course discreet, but I think you will agree, in this case, that discretion is worth the extra cost." As she spoke, she saw the frost spread across the windows, felt the air go cold around her, cold enough that if she exhaled, she might see her breath. It left an awful, eerie feeling, like his fingers sliding over her skin. Kiara flexed, and the warmth returned. She would not be made to shiver in her own house. The master of the veil leaned back in the chair. Perhaps what you say is true, he mused. Perhaps not. We are paid to overlook the details of our patrons. Discretion isn't the same as ignorance, she countered. Nothing happens in my brothel without me knowing. And I'm willing to bet nothing happens in the veil without yours. She studied the golden mask and the man behind it. I was just with the king's consort. The master of the veil inclined his head. Here? Has the royal bed gone cold? He came searching for information. The palace is worried. He suspects I've heard something. He would have paid me handsomely, yet I gave him nothing. And instead, you tip your hand to me. Kiara shrugged. It's not tipping if you mean to show it. I want you to know exactly where I stand. You support the cause then? Surprise rang through his voice, and for the first time she wondered if the master of the veil did more than simply host the hand at his establishment. Ooh, okay. Kiara considered. I have nothing against the crown, and no love for your cause. But business is business, and our business is better in times of upheaval. He returned the glass orb with its rose to the cradle on the desk. Her desk. Still, my consort's discretion may be free, but mine will cost you. He rose to his feet, one hand slipping into his pocket. 3 hosts should be sufficient, he said, setting a stack of silver lish on the edge of the desk. To these, he added a single cheap red lin. For your time, he said, and despite the mask, she could hear the corner of his mouth twitch up in amusement before he slipped past her and out the office door, leaving a chill breeze in his wake. Kiara watched him descend the stairs, but she didn't move. Not until she was certain the master of the veil was gone. And that's the end of chapter 4. How are you doing though today, Oasis? I hope you're having a good day. You're good. I was doing some Guild Wars earlier. You know, just trying to get some more money, trying to get my legendary and everything. And I was doing they were doing Dragon Stand meta event, but they still needed a commander, so I actually had to fucking dust off my commander role. Collecting weapon skins, let's go. I had to bust out my commander today to help out with with Dragon Stand. But it went really well. And then I did a bit of World We World because right now we have that event going on with the no down state and everything, and I still need some memories of battle. Almost done with that. I already have like 4 gifts of battle now or something. But yeah, I'm almost done with that. All right. Chapter 5. Now we are at somewhere at sea. A few hours after they set sail, the first two men explained the plan. They were going to rob the Ferraces Strasse. The third man listened, his excitement dissolving into horror. He'd heard tales about the floating market back when he was still just a merchant's son, and not a hero in the making. Not much was known about the legendary ship, which dealt in the Empire's most dangerous goods. Despite its name, the vessel wasn't a market so much as a vault, a place to store forbidden magic. Few things aboard were actually for sale, and those went only to the right buyers chosen by the captain, Maris Petrol. Some said she was a phantom, bound to the boards of her ship for all time. Others claimed she was just an old woman, though she'd been an old woman as long as there had been the Ferraces Strasse. It was impossible to find the market without a map, and the only maps that led there seemed to lead nowhere at all, unless you knew how to read them. And if you did manage to find your way by water, the ship could not be taken, since no guest could set foot on deck without an invitation. And even then, it could not be robbed, since the wards laid upon it were as thick as lacquer, and not only stifled any magic, but would turn a thief's body to ash before it reached the rail. It was a doomed endeavor, an impossible quest, and yet 2 days later, here they were, huddled on the platform outside the Ferraces Strasse, waiting to be invited in. It was a narrow ledge high above the water, little more than a plank fixed on the side of the ship, too small for 3 men in the trunk, and so as the first man knocked, the third clung to the back edge, close enough to feel the place where the platform fell away beneath his heels. His heart was pounding, bobbing on the line between excitement and terror. He thought of Oleg, the hero who walked right onto enemy ships and made himself at home. Oleg, who had put his fear in a metal box and sunk it in the sea. The third man pictured himself bottling up everything he felt and letting it drop over the edge behind them, leaving him steady and sure. Still, he wished he had a mask, like Oleg's friend Jazar, the ghostly terror. The hero never wore one, but the third man knew too well how much faces gave away. Unfortunately, he also knew they'd never be allowed on board with such concealments, so there he was, trying to keep his features smooth, his brows steady, and his mouth set, trying to make a mask of his own face. The first man knocked again on the simple wooden door. "Maybe they're dead," mused the second, when still no one came. "Better not be," growled the first, resting his boot on the trunk. "We don't know if the wards are bound to the ship or the bodies aboard." The third man said nothing, only stared at the floating market and wondered how many of the stories were true. If there really were talismans aboard that could split mountains or plunge thousands into sleep. Blades that drew out secrets instead of blood, and mirrors that showed a person's future, and metal cages that trapped and stored a person's magic, their mind, their soul. "Should we just go in?" asked the second. "Be my guest," said the first. "I told them we didn't need 3 men for this mission." The second man rubbed his fingers, calling up a flame. It flickered to life, but as he brought it to the door, the fire guttered, snuffed out by the force of the market's wards. The third man tugged nervously at his tunic. He was dressed, like the others, in the rough-spun black common to pirates. It was scratchier than he thought it would be. Oleg never mentioned that, nor how the constant rocking of a boat could turn one's stomach. Finally, the door rattled open. He looked up, expecting to see the infamous Maurice Patrol, but found a middle-aged man instead, dressed in a crisp white cowl. The captain's oldest nephew, Katros, the steward of the ship. He was broad-shouldered and dark-skinned, a sheen of sweat on his brow, as though he'd been ill. But he wasn't ill, strictly speaking. He was drugged. That was part of the plan. Katros's younger brother, Valak, took a skiff to shore twice a month and came laden with food and drink, the latest shipment of which had been laced with savarin, an odorless powder that weakened the body and clouded the mind. The bulk of the toxin had been put in the wine that Maris favored from a vintner who now served the hand. She must have been in a generous mood. It wasn't poison, he reminded himself, as Katros swayed on his feet, his skin taking on a grayish hue. Alec wasn't in the business of murder. He went out of his way to avoid needless death, and so would he. Besides, there was too good a chance the spellwork aboard would catch it. But some people took savarin for pleasure. The danger was only in the dosage, and that was in the drinker's hands. Katros Patrol cleared his throat and steadied himself. "Tokens," he said, holding out a hand. The first man towed the trunk. We're selling, not buying." But the steward of the ship only shrugged. "Doesn't matter." The third man understood. This wasn't just a doorway. The entrance of the Verassestrasse was the threshold, and all good thresholds demanded a price. A cost to board the market, a payment for simply setting foot among its wares. And according to the tales, nothing so common as coin would do. You had to part with something special to add to Maurice's collection. They docked earlier at Sasson Road for just that purpose. The first man held out a piece of paper bound with a ribbon. It was a page from a book that once belonged in Black London. The second produced a pencil, its core filled with powdered blood instead of charcoal and spelled to write only truths. When it was his turn, the third man reached into his pocket, fingers tracing the cool rim of the glass before drawing it out. It was a disc roughly the size of his palm. He'd spent the last hours of the trip from the black market to this one staring into its surface. It was spelled to answer only one question. Am I going to die today? When the glass turned black, the answer was yes. He didn't want to part with that token, felt deeply that it was meant to be his, but told himself if that was true, it would find its way back. Powerful objects had a way of doing that. As he held it up one last time, he asked the question in his mind and sighed in relief when the glass stayed clear. Of course he wouldn't die, he thought. This was his story after all. He watched as the three tokens vanished in Katros Patrol's white linen sleeve, and then the door to the floating market was swinging wide, ushering them into their fate. The room was dim and cluttered with cabinets. Items gleamed from every shelf, the only clean surface a broad wooden desk, beside which stood a large black sphere, though whether it was made of glass or stone he couldn't tell. It sat in its stand like a globe, but its surface was as smooth and blank as the maps that led to the Verassestrasse. The third man glimpsed a mask, a lovely piece of molten silver, on a mantle, and his fingers twitched with longing. "Where's the captain?" asked the first man, eyeing the empty desk. "She will come when she is needed," said Katros, leading them through the office door and out onto the decks. There, they found Marissa's other nephew, Valak, leaning against the mast, dressed in the same unblemished white, so out of place amid the salt and grime of the sea. And either he did not drink, or he had a stronger constitution, because he seemed hale and steady, untouched by the Savarine. The other two men carried the trunk, its contents rattling, but the third gazed around in awe at the maze of corridors and rooms, stairs and tents that rose like a miniature city around the deck. He drifted to an alcove where a cane lay within a glass case, its polished bronze head in the shape of a crow. There was no spellwork written on its surface, but its beauty was hypnotic. What does it do? He didn't realize he'd spoken aloud, not until the faces turned. If you don't know, said Valak, then it isn't meant for you. He turned back to the other two men. Have you come to trade or sell? That depends, said the first man. Whether you have what we're looking for. And what would that be? Asked Katros, stepping forward. The second man produced a folded slip of paper on which the object was drawn. It was roughly the size of a child's element set and did not look like much. But then, neither did a fruit knife, and it could still cut deep enough to kill. Katros studied the drawing a moment and then shook his head. We do not have this here. He was lying. The young man who had been the merchant's son cracked his knuckles, the agreed upon signal, and the other two heard. Then I suppose, said the first, who had styled himself the leader, we're only here to sell. That assumes we want to buy, said Katros, nodding at the trunk. Show us what you have. Of course. He knelt before the trunk and freed the lock. The second man slid aside the clasps and lifted the lid. The third watched as the trunk fell open to reveal a pile of fabric. Not silk or velvet, but heavy cloth, the color of a forest canopy at dusk. A cloak. It did not look like much, but then of course, all stores were full of powerful artifacts and objects that had been disguised as common fare. It's designed to shield the wearer against magic, said the first, drawing the cloth from the trunk and setting it around his own shoulders. Let me show you how it works. Valak frowned. The ship is spelled. Ah, countered the man, but there's one kind of spell that still works, even here. A cool smile. The wards. The words landed like a fuse. It burned across Valak's face, lit in Katros' still-drugged eyes as the two stewards of the Ferasistras realized what they meant to do next. The second man had already reached down into the trunk, fingers curling around the blade he'd hidden beneath the cloak. He sent the weapon flying. It sliced through the air, burying itself in Valak Patrol's chest. Katros roared and flung himself at the attacker, and the two went down on the deck, while the first of the thieves took off, vanishing into the maze of rooms. The third one scrambled over to the open trunk, but a hand caught his foot, and he fell to the deck. Valak lay gasping, blood spilling between his fingers and his teeth, the white of his tunic stained red around the blade buried in his ribs, but his free hand was a vice around the young man's ankle. You will die, snarled the steward. Not today, he said, channeling the voice of a pirate and kicking free. But Katros had gained the upper hand in his own fight and slammed the second thief back into the mast. The whole ship shook with the force of it, and his attacker slumped to the deck. Katros turned on him. The third man threw out his hand, intending to call a gust of wind, forgetting the ship would not allow it. No wall of air rose up to stop the advancing storm of Katros' petrol. If the steward had been well, if there had been no gash to his temple, no savarine coursing through his veins, the glass disc would surely have turned black when he had asked if he would die that day. But Katros was unsteady on his feet, and he was sober. And he was sober and quick, and desperate to be a hero. He danced backward, drawing a sword from the trunk's depths and slashing out, too wide. He swung again, but this time Katros's arm came up to block the blow. The blade slashed down, and he expected to feel the meaty give of flesh, but steel rang against steel as the white linen parted to reveal a metal bracer. The third man turned the blade and slashed again up toward Katros's face, and to his horror, the steward of the Pharasistras caught the sword. A thick palm clapped against the flat side of the blade, and a second later it was torn from the third man's grip and turned against him. He twisted out of its path, or tried, but he felt the edge bite through his shirt, carving a shallow line across his ribs. And he had just enough time to register the searing heat, the fact Oleg never seemed to feel pain in the throes of battle. And then Katros hit him hard. His vision went white, then red, blood pouring from his nose as he fell back to the deck. Pain rang through his head and blurred his side, and despite the chaos breaking out aboard the floating market, the former merchant's son found himself insulted. There were rules, he wanted to say. It was an affront to use one's hands, to strike someone with bare flesh instead of fire or water or earth. Instead, he spit blood onto the deck and rolled onto his back in time to see Katros Patrol looming over him, one boot raised to crush his skull. The world seemed to slow down then. It was not the work of a spell. There was no magic to it. It was simply the moment someone turned to last card and sang when you've bet your whole pot. The sinking feeling you get when you realized you've gambled and lost. But the boot never came down. Just then, the second man, shaking off his stupor, threw himself once more at Katros, fist closing around his cowl as he hauled him back. The third's head was still ringing, but he saw a slash of steel, heard the crack of bodies against the wooden rail. And then, the two men vanished over the side of the ship, crashing into the sea below. The third man didn't remember getting to his feet, but he was there now, stumbling toward the sound, when he saw the flash of a green cloak and the first man appeared, racing across the deck with a parcel under his arm. He'd done it. They'd done it. The first man headed straight for the rail, clearly meant to jump the narrow gap between the Pharasistras and their own skiff. And he might have, if not for Valak Patrol. The young man had somehow gotten to his knees, then his feet, and despite the blood turning his tunic red, he summoned the strength to reach for the thief as he surged past, caught the tail of the other man's cloak, bloody fingers gripping the precious cloth. The clasp broke free as the thief lunged from the side of the ship. The cloak slipped off in a moment just before he reached the edge of the rail, and the world flashed blue. Like a bolt of lightning in reverse, it seemed to travel out from the man's body as it made contact with the ship's wards. A clap of thunder, like a door slamming shut, rolled across the air, and the first man was flung back, his body only a burned shell by the time it hit the deck. And the object, the thing they'd come all this way for, the prize that would help them change the world, bounced roughly against the deck. A mess of bending metal and splintering wood, a handful of pieces breaking off entirely as it rolled. The first man was a smoldering ruin. The second had gone overboard with Katros Patrol. Valak had finally succumbed to his wounds, and in a brief but crushing stillness, the third man realized he was the only one left, but not for long. He could hear the sound of people struggling below, their bodies slamming against a hole, and the door opening somewhere above. And so he scrambled forward, boots slipping in blood as he gathered up the broken object, which looked even smaller now that it was in several singed and smoking pieces. All that work, thought the third man, for this. He grabbed the green cloak from where it lay, slung it around his shoulders, and clutched the folds against his chest as he ran to the ship's edge and leapt. This time, there was no terrible blue lightning, no thunderous crack. He felt only a brief, lurching resistance, as if a hook had lodged inside him, a line drawn taut as it tried to reel him back. But then, the line snapped, and the thief was falling. He landed hard on the deck of the waiting skiff and rolled upright, the remains of the object still pressed to his chest. It was broken, but broken things could be fixed. He bundled the fragments into the cloak and got to his feet. He reached for a gust of wind, hoping his magic and nerve wouldn't fail, and freed the Verassestrasse's wards. The air rushed up to meet him, filling the sail. Moments later, the skiff had turned and was cutting swiftly through the waves, carrying him away from the floating market. The third man, who was now the last man, let out a small whoop of victory. They said it couldn't be done, but he'd done it. He had robbed the Verassestrasse. He rubbed at his chest, where a small pain had formed. Was one among a dozen hurts, so he paid it no mind. The glass disc had been right. He would not die today. Wow. Okay. Chapter 6. Chapter 5 was great. Okay. We do know. Sounds gory. It was, yeah. Hi, Crystal. I hope you're having a good day. We do know of that floating market already from the third book, because that's where Kel, Lila, and Alucard went to get that sealing object to seal away the Black London King and save Red London. But damn, that's crazy. I'm sure it was a stressful day today. I hope you can relax soon and just wind down. Not over either. I hope it's not gonna be too much longer. I rested for 2 hours and that helped though. I'm glad you got some rest in between all the chaos that is going on there. I hope you're doing well. All right, chapter 6. Mary's patrol had very few vices. She liked jewel figs and silk sheets, pure silver and secrets, and fine spirits which she have allowed herself to sample most nights, but always in moderation. Enjoy the book? I will. I'm loving it already. A short glass of amber low before bed to ease the ache in her old bones and rest her mind. Never enough to upset her balance or muddy her thoughts. So she knew when she woke with ash in her mouth and her head like the shallows after a storm, that she had been drugged. Light spilled thinly through the curtains of her cabin. I have no Wi-Fi at the moment and can't hear a response. Here to say hello. Mhm. I can't type. There you go. Light spilled thinly through the curtain of her cabin. She sat up, limbs shaking with the effort. She was old, older than most. Wrinkles gouged like grooves into her brown skin, but her ringed hands were still steady, her bony spine straight. Sweat broke out as she tried to stand and failed, sagging back onto the edge of the bed. Sankt. Sankt, she swore under her breath, and a pile of bones and fur that called itself a dog looked up from the rug nearby at the unexpected sound of his name. Voices reached for her from across the ship. They weren't raised, but this was the Verassestrasse, and its walls kept no secrets, not from her. Two of the voices belonged to her nephews, but the rest were foreign. A small voice in the back of her own mind told her to lie back, to rest, to let Valak and Ketros handle the customers. One day, they would have to run the market themselves. One day. But Maris was still the captain of the ship, and they might be grown men, but they were still young. Still. A shout went up, a pained cry slicing through the air, and Maris was on her feet. Her knees nearly gave way at the suddenness, but she made it to the cabinet by the door, dragged open a heavy drawer, and shuffled through until she found the vial, the liquid inside, like melted pearl. She tipped it back, swallowing the contents, which tasted of metal and left ice in their wake. Unpleasant, yes, but in seconds, her limbs had stopped shaking, her breath steadied, fresh sweat slicked her skin, but it had the pearl shine of the concoction. And as she wiped it from her brow, she felt her senses return to her in full. She swept her robe from the nearby hook and was still pulling it around her bony shoulders when the wards of the Verassestrasse shattered. The force of it rocked through the ship, and Maurice swore out loud again. Only a fool would try to rob the floating market. But she'd been alive long enough to know the world was full of fools. She surged across the cabin, Sankt unfolding from his place and rising to follow, a pale ghost in her wake. She snatched her dagger from the desk, threw open the cabin door, and stepped out onto an upper deck, her silver hair loose and wild in the wind. "Scow," she told the dog. "Wait." Maris silently crossed the maze of halls, checking for broken cabinets as she passed, signs of theft. The sounds of a struggle wafted up from the main deck, followed by a slash, the sound of boots shuffling over wood, and she pulled a blade from its sheath and descended the stairs. By the time she reached the main deck, the scene was oddly still. The ship swayed gently from the force of the blown ward, and Maris could smell the stain of blood and magic. A chest sat open and empty on the deck, and the body of a thief lay halfway to the rail, little more than a blackened shell. There was no sign of Ketros, but several strides away she found her youngest nephew, Valak, his once white tunic dark with blood. It pooled beneath him, a shadow creeping across the deck. His face was turned up, his eyes on the sky open and unseeing. Maris knelt beside him, ran a ringed hand over Valak's black hair, not a single strand of gray. "Venskal," she whispered again, this time to her nephew's corpse. She knew there was an order to the world, and a give and take, a season for all things. She knew it was forbidden to wade into the stream of magic and try to change its course. But Maurice Patrol was the captain of a ship that traded in forbidden things, and she would have used every single one to bring her nephew back to life. Maurice slid a ring from her hand. It was a heavy silver band, but when she closed her fist around it, the metal shattered, the shell crumbling away to reveal the thinnest length of golden thread. She was still wrapping one end around her narrow wrist when Katros hauled himself over the side of the ship, boots sloshing as he landed on the deck. Red ran into one eye, and his ruined tunic clung to his body, fresh blood blooming here and there against the once white cloth. But the wounds were shallow, and he was upright and dragging another body in his wake. He dropped the second thief onto the deck, where the man shuddered and retched, seawater rattling in his chest. His head fell back, the strength going out of his limbs. Maris's mind raced. She should keep him alive, question him, find answers. But Valak, her older nephew, must have seen the struggle in her eyes, because he squeezed the sea from his shirt and said, "I broke his jaw, doubt he could speak." She shot Katros a grateful look, and then began to wind the golden thread around the man's limp wrist instead of her own. It looked as brittle as a strand of hair, but it held firm, even biting into the skin. She twisted the other end around Valak's palm, curling his dead fingers over it. Katros watched, eyes dark, and if he judged her for using such illicit magic, he said nothing. He knew she would have done the same for him. Maurice squeezed her youngest nephew's hands and said a single word, the one that had been carved onto the inside of the heavy silver ring. The spell, lit like a fuse, began to burn its way across the golden thread, moving from the thief's body to Valak's, from the living to the dead. "What happened?" asked Maris, watching as the light traveled down the golden thread, turning it black in its wake. "Thieves," said Katros. "They came aboard as patrons claimed they had something to sell." He nodded to the empty chest. It was a cloak designed to shield against wards. Maris looked to the charred body on the deck, its clothes burned black against its skin. "Little good it did him." "It was a ruse," said Katros, but Maris wasn't listening. In that moment, the light reached Valak's hand and winked out. As it vanished, the thief went still, and Valak inhaled sharply. The thread crumbled to ash between the two men. The thief sagged to death, and Valak's chest rose and fell, and Maris herself finally exhaled. She felt tired, as if she'd paid for the life herself after all. "Fools," she muttered, rising to her feet. "Two lone men thought they could rob my ship." And that's when Valak opened his eyes and said a word that sent a shiver down Marissa's ancient spine. "3. Marissa's head snapped toward his face. "What?" Valak sat up, wincing even as the wound between his ribs began to knit. "There were 3 of them," he coughed, blood still staining his teeth. "One got away." Maris straightened, scanning the horizon. It was nearly dusk, the line between the sea and sky smudged with fog, but in the distance she could make out the retreating shape of a small boat. She gauged the distance, but the Verasa Strasse was not a vessel to move with any speed. Someone had robbed her ship, and he was getting away. But no cloak could save him from the many protections she'd laid upon the market. fast or slow, she said, half to herself, the other wards will do their work. They were after something, said Katros. They got it, said Valak. Maris's mood darkened as Katros drew a piece of paper from his sodden clothes. The ink had bled and the parchment was barely holding together, but she knew every piece in her collection, including this one. There was a great many objects aboard the Ferocistras, all of them forbidden. But forbidden could mean a number of things. There were talismans, like the ring she just used, forbidden because they went against the law of nature. There were others that bound mind and will, forbidden because they went against the law of control. There were things forbidden for the potency of their power, or the scale of their magic, or the volatility of their spell work. And things forbidden because in the wrong hands they could raise kingdoms or splinter worlds. This was none of those. Maris frowned. It wasn't the most powerful object on her ship, not by far, and yet these men had gone to all this trouble to steal it. Worse, they hadn't just known what they were looking for, they'd known where it was aboard the ship. The market's cluttered impression was a ruse. There was in fact an order to it, a logic to the placement of every piece in her collection, and at least one of them must have known where to look. He'd seen a map, not to the Ferocistras, but off it, its rooms, its hoard, and that was just as dangerous as half the things aboard. Maris shook her head, a problem for another day. First things first, she dropped the slip of paper and turned, abandoning the deck, the ship's contents unfolding in her mind as she wove through the crowded corridors, past cabinets and cases and alcoves that to anyone else would have seemed cluttered. But she knew where she was going and found what she was looking for. A black box, a gold eye carved onto the top. Inside, half a dozen grooves in a velvet-lined tray. 4 of the slots were empty. The remaining 2 held panes of colored glass, each the size of Sanct cards. Her nephews were sharp, chances, where they had not forgotten anything important. But Maurice wasn't in the habit of taking chances. She drew a glass card from the case and returned topside, held the brittle pane up and spoke. Aenys, she said. Begin. The glass pane fogged momentarily between her fingers, and when it cleared, the deck beyond began to draw itself back and back and back, retreating through the minutes until the thieves were there again, having just set foot aboard her ship. Scar, stop. The image shuddered, held, the figures frozen as they set the trunk down on the deck in front of her nephews. Mary strode forward, putting herself in the center of the scene, her back to the image of Valak and Katros so she could see better see the thieves. Aenys. The scene rolled forward, just as it had. She turned in a circle as she watched it all play out, saw Valak's death and the thieves' attack, the first broken by the wards, the second gone with Katros over the side, saw the parcel break against the deck, only to be salvaged by the third. And as he stumbled, dazed and bleeding toward the ship's edge, he saw it through the tear in his shirt, a tattoo, or perhaps a brand, across his ribs. And though she couldn't see the entire image, she knew what she was looking for. And there it was. A hand. Then the thief was gone over the side, and Maurice was there once more, kneeling over Valak as the past caught up to the present, and the glass splintered in her hand and turned to sand and blew away. Maurice sighed and felt every one of her many, many years, and then she turned to Katros. Search the bodies, she said, and throw them over. And then? Asked Valak. Maurice glanced at the horizon. The other ship was gone. Her aching fingers cracked as they closed into a fist. No one stole from the Verassestrasse. Clean yourself up, she told him. I have a favor to call in. And that's the end of part 1. Wow. So the entire first part, we haven't even heard of anything from Kel and Lila. That's crazy. But also, that robbery was fucking insane. The fact they managed to actually get the object they wanted, even if it's broken. And I feel like, considering the introduction of another character before, I think her name was Tess. I feel like that dude is now gonna bring that broken object to Tess to make her fix it because of her powers of like fixing it, and like her seeing like the threads of magic herself and being able to weave them back together. So there's gonna be like some connection coming in with that, I guess. And then I would assume, considering Maurice just said, I have a favor to call in, that she might call upon Kel and Lila. And that would be insane. What the fuck? All right, so, oh god. So part 2 is now starting, and it's called The Captain and the Ghost. Let's see. Ah, yes, I read the first words. All right, part 1. Delilah Bard leaned against the rail of the Grey Baron, watching the prow split the sea. The wind was up, propelling the ship with enough force to send up a spray of mist that shimmered where it caught the light. The sails snapped in the breeze, and Lila tipped her head back, brown eyes squinting at the sky. A stranger would never know that one of those eyes was real and one was fake. Would never know that the one she'd lost hadn't been brown at all, but black as pitch, carved out by a 2-bit doctor back in London, England, the only London she'd known of then, when she was a child. As if it had been a poisoned thing, a spreading rot, and not a sign of strength, a marker of extraordinary power, once in a generation magic. If only she'd been born in this world, the one that worshipped magic instead of the one that had forgotten it. She was here now. She held out her hand, calling the water to her. Tiger, tiger, she murmured. Even though she no longer needed words to focus her power, she simply curled her fingers, and the water answered, drew itself around her wrist, and hardened there into an icy bangle. Easy, effortless, as natural as breathing. Oh, that's so good. I love that Lila can control her magic now. I mean, it's been 7 years. I feel like in those 7 years with Kel being there, they probably practiced a lot. But it's so cool to see that. Lila smiled. Over the years, she had been many things. A con artist, a captain, a traveler, and a mage. Once upon a time, and a world away, she'd been nothing but an orphan, a pickpocket, a thief with dreams of stealing a ship and sailing away. Dreams of becoming a pirate, laying claim to foreign seas, dreams of fine knives and good coins, and more than anything, of freedom. It had been hard won, bought and paid for in years and battle and blood. Not always her own, but at last, she had it all. She flicked her fingers, and the icy bangle shattered with enough force that a few bits of ice drove into the rail. She plucked them out and dropped them over the side. In her head, she heard Alucard muttering about his ship, but of course it wasn't his ship. Not anymore. She had rechristened it, much of the old captain's displeasure, but the Night Spire had had its time at sea. Now it was the Grey Baron's turn. Oh, I love that name! Oh, a nice little callback, a nice little homage to Baron. Poor Baron. But I love that. That is so good. The Baron had spent its first years as an independent vessel under no flag but its own. It had been pleasant enough to sail for the sake of sailing, to discover new ports, new markets, new seas. But Lila had spent the first 19 years of her life with one goal. And in its wake, she found herself coveting a new purpose. She was almost relieved when the rumors began to spread. First, of more trouble with the Empire's reluctant allies, Faro and Vesk. And then, worse still, of trouble at home. So, Alucard had asked her to put the ship to use. To go where no royal vessel could, and to do what no royal vessel could. To spy, to sack, to sabotage, to plunder and sink, and fight and steal. To plunge in like a knife and disappear again before anyone knew they had been cut, let alone that they were bleeding out. Now and then, when it suited, the Grey Baron would still don the Spire's black sails, become the shadow on the sea again, but today its sails were white, its hull a nondescript gray. With luck, they would blend right in with all the other smugglers and thieves traveling down the Blood Coast. Some places earned their names by dint of nature. They had black sand, perhaps red silt, green tides, but the Blood Coast was none of them. No, when the powers carved up Arness and Faro and Vesk centuries before, there was a seam, a single juncture where all three empires met. No one could agree on the exact boundary, and so, after decades of discontent, of sabotage and sunken ships, the stretch had earned its moniker. And they were bound for the capital, the infamous port of Verose. Lila scanned the horizon, waiting for the jagged line of the city's pale cliffs to take shape on the horizon. The Arnesian Guard had done their best to clean up Verose decades before, to drive out the worst of the violence and impose a kind of order. The old king, Rai's father Maxime Maresh, had even served a stint as captain of its base. But Verose had proved a lawless place by nature or by choice. And Lila loved it. It was the kind of place where blood spilled often. Every gathering was always one drawn blade away from a brawl, and a bottle shattered somewhere behind her on the deck, followed by a raucous cheer. Lila sighed and turned toward her crew. Tav and Vasri were jostling while the usually stern-faced Strauss barked in laughter. Oh, we still have them! Oh, yes! The only one missing... Oh, wait. Vasri were jostling while the usually stern-faced Strauss barked in laughter, all three faces red. The only one missing was Vasri's wife, Raya. Lila craned her head and scanned the rigging until she found the woman, black-haired and pale as marble, perched on the masthead. The sun was high and hot, but the woman didn't seem to mind. Her gaze dropped to Lila, her eyes the same icy blue as the glacier she'd come from. Didn't think I could do it, did you? Vasri was whooping in Narnesian, and it was clear from the volume of his voice and the way he swayed that he had emptied the bottle before breaking it. But I've been practicing. Lila looked down at the shards of glass littering the deck. Practicing what exactly? She asked. Taff made a small explosive gesture with both hands and mouthed the word boom. Lila raised a brow. Vasri was a wind mage by nature, though he had never been a very good one. As far as she could tell, he'd gotten far more use out of his looks than his magic. His hair was a tawny gold, his eyes fringed thick with lashes, and obnoxiously, he seemed to be getting more handsome with age instead of less, which came in handy when someone needed charming, less so when their ship could use a strong gust. Here, he said, handing Strauss another bottle. Give this one some air. That better be empty, Lila said the second before her first mate hurled the bottle up over the side of the ship. Vasri's hand shot out, eyes narrowed and lips moving. Clearly he meant to hit the glass with some concussive force, but he missed, and the bottle simply arced and fell, untouched, landing with a quiet plop in the surf below. Oops, he said, and after a moment of silence, all three men broke out laughing again. Vasri hiccuped. Lila shook her head. I think you've all had enough. Taff spread his arms. But Captain, he said with mock sincerity, this is meant to be a pleasure vessel. Charted for a lark, added Vasri. That's right, grumbled Strauss, suddenly defensive. We're just being thorough. In that moment, she regretted letting them pick the Baron's cover for this particular mission, even as she took up the last of the bottles waiting on the crate. She went to take a swig, only to find it empty. Lila gritted her teeth. Tell me there's still liquor somewhere on the ship. The three men had the decency to look at least a little guilty. Should still be some in the hold. She sighed, and then turned and tossed the empty bottle up into the air. Instead of splaying her hand, she closed it, not into a fist, but a pistol, thumb up, finger pointed. She followed the bottle's arc with her finger and squeezed the imaginary trigger. The bottle shattered with a bang. The crew whooped and cheered, and the captain stifled a small smile as she strode away, the sounds following her down into the hold. I love all the little nods and references. This is so good. I love it. All the characters returning and that was part 1 of chapter 2, and oh my god, I'm loving it. Like all of the little like references, and even the new name of the ship, the Grey Baron. I love that. That is such a good way to pay homage to where she came from. I love this book already, and we're not even 100 pages in. Like, look at that. This little bit is what we've read so far. It's so good. All right. Part 2. Lila hummed as she moved between the crates, her voice echoing faintly against the hull. The Grey Baron's hold was home to many things. There were stores, of course, enough supplies that they could stay at sea for weeks without calling into port. But there was also plenty to trade or keep. Bolts of fine cloth and scrying stones, Vescan masks and Faroan mantles, books of poetry, histories and spells, and of course, a fair number of weapons stashed among the crates, since her burgeoning collection had long overflowed her private quarters. Everyone deserved a hobby, and just because Lila sailed for the crown didn't mean she couldn't serve herself. The hold was also home to a handsome collection of spirits, skimmed from private stashes or lifted from the captain's cabins of the ships they crossed, the ones left sinking in their wake. How do you know that the Saros is coming? She sang. Oh my god, she's still doing that. Oh, I love this. That is so good. Pulling open the wine cage, her fingers danced across the bottle on the rack, tracing the empty spaces like missing teeth. Just being thorough, Strauss had said. Bastards, she murmured just before an arm closed around her throat. It wrenched her back with sudden force, lifting her off her feet. Her hand went to the dagger at her hip, but the attacker's hand went there too, pinning her fingers against the hilt before she could draw the blade. His grip was solid stone, but he still had another hand, and she used it, dragging free a second blade and driving it blindly back into his chest. It should have found flesh, but it didn't. Instead, the attacker let go, flinging her forward into the rack with clattering force. A bottle of summer wine went crashing to the floor and shattered. Oh, you'll pay for that, she hissed, turning just in time to block the blade that came slicing toward her throat. Beyond the scraping steel, she saw him, the flash of a black mask, the ripple of a coat, a pair of lips twitching into a smile. But her attacker made no sound, not when she spoke, not when he struck, and not when he leapt back from the boot she tried to slam into his chest. By the time he landed, her dagger was already flying. It sliced through the air, embedded itself in the beam as the attacker twisted out of the way, vanishing behind a stack of crates. Lila called the dagger back into her fingers. She held her breath, listened for the sound of steps in the hold. Bodies took up space. They made noise. Overhead, the crew were singing a shanty, oblivious. Down here, the only sounds were the slosh of sea against the hull and a heartbeat thudding in her chest. Lila didn't call for help. Instead, she forced herself to close her eyes, block out the cluttered hold, the tip and sway of the boat, and stretch her senses, feeling for the other body as if it were just another element for her to touch. Not wood or water, but blood and bone. There. She blinked, her hand cutting sideways at the one of the crates. It slammed back, wood scraping over the floor, and she readied her blade, expecting the attacker to dive out of the way. Instead, he vaulted over the top, weight slamming into her, both of them crashing down to the floor. They rolled when they stopped. He was on top, but her blade was at his throat. His chest rose and fell. Her steel kissed his skin, but it didn't draw blood. You're lucky, she said, that I have such a steady hand. The hood of his coat had fallen back, and even in the dull light of the hold, his copper hair shone, a single silver streak glinting at his temple. Lila tucked on the mask that hid top half of his face, and it came away, revealing a pair of mismatched eyes, one blue, the other black. Admit it, said Kalmaresh. I caught you off guard. Ah! Lila shrugged. I would have killed you in the end. He raised a brow. Are you sure? She turned the fight over in her mind. If he had used the blade instead of his arm, if he had gone for the kill right then and there instead of the game, she would have been able to feel the intent. Would the knife have sung in his fingers, that tune she knew so well? Fine, she said, still beneath him on the floor. In my own hold, on my own ship, you caught me off guard. Now get off me, she said, unless you'd rather stay down here and have a tumble. It was worth it, just to see the color rising in Kel's cheeks. You could put the mask back on, she added, and his blush only deepened. He tried to hide it with a frown as he rose off her, offering a hand to help her to her feet. Oh, the banter is back! I love it! I'm so happy right now. Lila ignored it, stood, and pushed past him, returning to the open wine cage. She fetched up the bottom half of the broken bottle, studying the shallow pool of ruined summer wine. I was saving that, she muttered, looking back over her shoulder. Kel wasn't listening. He was too busy fumbling with his coat, turning it inside out, trading the black he'd worn when he'd attacked her for red, then red for blue, and finally blue for gray. Each side of the peculiar coat was a different one entirely, from the color to the cut to the buttons and clasps, to the contents of the pockets, and each had a story. He still has the coat. Ah. She recognized most of them by now. Here was the one he'd been wearing the night they'd met. Here was the royal crimson with gold buttons down the front, the one he wore as prince. Here, the pale gray he'd donned in the Essen Touch, when he first became Kamarov Luster. But every now and then she'd see one she'd never noticed, tucked like secrets in a life she knew so well. He found the one he was looking for, the charcoal coat he'd come to favor in their years at sea, and he shrugged it on just as a voice rang out from the deck above. Not Vasri or Taff calling down for wine, but Struss, his deep tones booming across the ship. Hulls! Land. Part 2 over. I love it. I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy right now. What the hell? All right. Part 3. The Southern Point, 7 years ago. Halls! Struss's voice rang through the ship, a moment after something scraped against the hull. Oh god. Against the hull. 1 second, Lila was asleep beneath a mound of quilts, and the next, she was lurching out of bed, balance thrown off by the steadiness of the floor beneath her legs. She swore, shoving her socked feet into the boots she kept beside the bed and sliding into her coat as she flung open the cabin door. Kel was already there, his own coat in his hands, his face taut with alarm, and moments later, Vasri and Taff spilled into the hall, the former disheveled but dressed, the latter wearing far less but clutching a sword. Lila opened her mouth to speak, but she was cut off by the sound that the captain never, ever wanted to hear. The splintering of wood. She surged up the steps onto the deck. A pale mist surrounded the ship, and the sun sat somewhere below the horizon. The sky promising a dawn that hadn't yet arrived, but in the soft light she saw Struss gripping the rail and staring down over the side. You're supposed to call land before we hit it, she snarled, breath pluming in the frigid air. It's not land, said Cal from the upper deck. She stomped over to the nearest rail, looked down, and swore even louder when she saw that he was right. The ship hadn't struck land. It had struck ice. 3 weeks before, Lila had decided to point the ship south and sail until something stopped them. And now, at last, something had. She should have seen it coming. Should have turned back days before, when she'd first woken to find frozen slivers floating on the surface of the water. When the cold turned sharp enough to drag its blade across her skin. When Cal's coat started offering him warmer and warmer sides, towels and hoods and collars lined with fleas, gloves already waiting in the pockets. They should have turned back, but the world was vast, and she was hungry. And now, they were stuck. This isn't an icy plinch they'd struck against, a cap floating in the sea. There was no sea anymore. It had frozen solid, which meant she would have to unfreeze it. She sighed and swung her leg over the side. "Captain," called Strauss, but she waved him away. "Lila," warned Cal, but she ignored him. She was an Antari, the strongest magician in the world. She could move a ship. She jumped, held her breath on instinct, expecting the ice to shatter when she landed on it, expecting to feel the bone-jarring cold of the water closing over her head. But her boots hit the ice with a slap, and the world beneath didn't so much as shiver. Lila squinted into the distance, but it was like staring into an empty scrying glass. Her good eye played tricks, tried to conjure something in the absence, a port, a dock, another ship. But the images all dissolved back into the fog. She circled the ship, hoping to find a path of water in its wake. But in the short time they'd been struck, the ice had somehow already frozen around the hull. Lila rolled her neck and cracked her knuckles, the cold wind latching onto her bare hands. She rubbed them together. "Put winds in the sails," she called up, her voice echoing across the vast expanse of ice. Moments later, Tav had the canvas drawn taut, and Vasily conjured a gust of air. The whole ship groaned in protest, and Lila thrust both hands out in front of her, taking hold of the surrounding ice, wrapping her will over it like fingers as she ordered the mass to melt. The scene before her shone and shimmered. The ice seemed to thin in places, but beyond that, it did not heed. Annoyance bloomed into anger, and anger was powerful. She tightened her grip, forced her will into the surrounding ice, and told it to be water. The sound of it rushed in her ears, along with the crack of the topmost layer of ice. The world tipped, but it wasn't the frozen mass giving way. It was her sight. Lila's good eye blurred, her head suddenly heavy, and Alucard's voice echoed a warning in her ears. From those first days when he began to teach her magic. The larger the element, he'd said, the harder it was to wield. A magician could only manipulate what they could hold. A current from the air, a few inches from the soil, a wave from the sea. No one can stretch their mind around an ocean. Yeah, she muttered now, as something warm and wet graced her lips. She touched her hand to it, and it came away red. Lila rubbed the blood between her fingers. Perhaps she couldn't wrap her will around the ice, but then were other ways to break it. She was Antari after all. "Hey, Captain," called Vasily. "Maybe we should." She didn't hear him after that. She pressed both hands to the ice, hissing at the brutal cold. Her teeth chattered as she said the words, "As staro," break. As soon as the sound left her lips, a deep vibration rang through the ice. A deafening clap and cracks ran to every side. And beneath her feet, Lila braced herself, balanced on the throbbing flow as her ship swayed, the wind in the sails dragging it free. One pace, then two. And then, to her horror, the ice reformed. Not at a natural rate, but as if her magic had been a spool of yarn unwound, and now another hand was drawing it just as swiftly back. In seconds, her work was undone. "Son of a bitch," she hissed, bowing her head. Boots thudded onto the ice nearby, and the next thing she knew, Kel was there beside her, wrapped in a hooded gray coat that had appeared like a warning the night before. "Lila, stop," he said, holding out a gloved hand to steady her. "It isn't working." She knocked the hand away. "It will, with enough force." Kel studied the ship, and she could see the shadow cross his face, the way it did sometimes when he stared down at his own hands, studying them as if they were useless now, as if they couldn't still hold a rope or wield a sword, as if magic was the only thing that mattered. He cleared his throat. "Maybe it's been long enough." Lila grimaced, but said nothing. It had been 3 months since they left London, 3 months since the battle with the Sauron had shattered Kel's magic. 3 months in which he had not reached for his power, convinced it simply needed time to heal, as if it were a broken limb. Maybe he was right. Maybe. But she doubted it. She knew what it was like to have a piece of yourself torn away without your accord. Remembered well still those first few weeks after she'd lost her eye. The impotence, the denial, the rage. It hadn't come for Kel yet, but it would. Until then, she resolved to give him space. "Don't bother," she said, brushing off her hands. "It's stuck." She shoved her numb fingers in her pockets and looked around. The sun should have broken free by now, but it still hung in the same way just beneath the horizon, as if they were trapped inside a snow globe, stuck in time as well as ice. "Have you noticed?" she started, and then stopped. Kel's attention had cut past her, his eyes narrowed. "What is it?" He frowned, voice dropping to a whisper. "Someone's coming." Lila started to point out how ridiculous that was. The idea of a stranger finding him out here in the middle of a frozen sea. But then she turned and saw that he was right. A figure was indeed shuffling toward them. At first, she thought it might be a bear. It was massive and shaggy, its clawed steps crackling heavily against the ice. But then it drew near, and the shape resolved into a large man wearing a hooded coat. He had no claws, but boots with spikes that gripped the frozen surfaces. Lila's cold fingers drifted to her nearest knife. The man was smiling at them as he approached, but that meant nothing. Plenty of pirates and murderers smiled before they struck. Strauss, Vasri, and Taft stood watching from the bow above. And she didn't have to see the glint of steel to know that they were armed. She tipped her head to one side, a silent order to halt. "Skalsa," the man called out in a musical voice, in a language she didn't know. He was even bigger up close, his hair and beard pitch black beneath the fur-lined hood, his skin so pale it looked the same shade as the eyes in the eerie light. His gaze was a startling blue, as it swept over them, Lila was grateful she'd worn her brown glass eye to bed, grateful that Kel's hood was up, his black eye hidden in the thin pre-dawn light. The man was still talking in a fluid stream, the sounds little more than highs and lows in her ears. It sounded like a speech, something formal and rehearsed. When he reached the end, he stopped and stared, clearly waiting for their answer. Lila looked from the man to Kel and back again, was about to explain that she had absolutely no idea what he was saying, when Vasri leaned over to the side of the ship and said, "Is he speaking Phrasen? I was with a Phrasen girl once. Great fun, hold hands, but..." "Is there a point to this?" muttered Kel. "The point," said Vasri, descending the ladder, "is that I learned a bit. Maybe I can help." He dropped onto the ice beside them, slipped, steadying himself. "Skalsa," he said, addressing the man in the same musical tone. The man nodded and started his speech again. Within seconds, Vasri waved his hands, urging him to slow down. He stammered his way through a few phrases. The man frowned and then drew out a large knife. "What did you say to him?" demanded Lila. Vasri was fumbling through an answer, but she was no longer listening. Instead, she watched as the man knelt, turning the blade in his hand and using the hilt to scratch something into the ice. A few minutes later, he straightened and said something under his breath. The marks on the ice began to twist and coil, then rose into the air, rippling between them like a curtain. This time, when he spoke, his voice crossed the line of the spell and became Arnesian. He seemed surprised to hear it. He wondered how often sailors from Arnes ventured this far south. "I heard the ice break," he said, the words echoing as the spell translated. "Is something wrong?" Lila gestured to the ice gripping the hull, surprised the problem needed words. "Our ship is stuck." The man shook his head. "Not stuck. No, spelled." Well, thought Lila, that explained the strange nature of the ice, the way it kept closing like a hand around her ship. "Well then," she said, "if you wouldn't mind unspelling it." "Ah," he cut in. "I'm afraid only the dockmaster can unlock a ship once it has entered port." Lila looked around at the surrounding ice as if to point out that there was nothing resembling a port. Seeing her confusion, the man swept a mittened hand over the scene. "This is an ice port," he explained. "You cross the wharf line some ways back. If you wish to leave, you will have to wait for the dockmaster." "And you are not the dockmaster?" asked Kel, sounding vaguely amused. The man shook his head and chuckled. No. I'm just looking after the ships, while she is at the fair. But don't worry. She should be back by the end of the day." At the mention of day, Lila found her gaze returning to the line of dull light still hugging the horizon. "When does the sun come up?" The man laughed. "That depends. Certain months it never sets, other times it never rises. We are at the end of the lightless season now, so it should break through sometime in the next few days. I've never been good at keeping track, but I don't mind. It makes the day of light a nice surprise. Come, you can wait in a port house if you like." He turned and began to walk away, boots biting into the ice. Kel and Lila exchanged a glance and then followed, Vasri at their heels. He turned and signaled to Strauss and Taft to stay and wait within the ship. She would have felt bad about that, but Strauss could rarely be parted from the vessel, and Taft had a nasty habit of getting drunk in foreign ports and picking fights he couldn't always win. As they walked, the mist clinging to the cold air began to ripple and thin, revealing dozens of other ships scattered across the frozen port, dipping in and out of sight like ghosts in the weak light. The farther they traveled into port, the more of them she saw. Lila glimpsed figures here and there, but for the most part, the vessels all looked empty. The language spell luckily had followed their guide, which was helpful since he kept up a steady stream of conversation. "You're very far from home," he said. "What is the purpose of your trip?" Lila met Kel's eye. "We're map makers," she said after a moment. That was the story they'd agreed on when they set out months ago. It was a gamble. Most places saw map makers as artists, creating an independent survey. A few thought they were spies, charting foreign coasts for conquer. But the portman seemed pleased by the answer. "Excellent. It's about time the Northern Empires grasped that the world goes on beyond their borders. Plenty to appreciate down here. Take the Lightless Fair. Started as a way to pass the darkest days, but good things have a way of growing. Now people come from all around. These days, we look forward to the dark. Here we are." They'd reached the edge of the port. Lila expected the ice to give way to land, but it didn't. Instead, it simply sloped up, first into a set of steps, and then into a shelter. She had expected to find something rough-hewn, but this was large. The ice as smooth and thick as polished stone. The man clapped his mittens together, shedding frost as he led them into a magnificent room. Tapestries hung from the frozen walls, and a fire roared in an icy hearth without melting it. And a long table ran through the center of the room, its benches draped with wool and fur. Vasri let out a contented sigh and crossed to the hearth as their guide vanished into another room. He returned moments later, carrying 3 mugs of something sweet and steaming. "So you run the porthouse then?" said Vasri, taking a cup. No, said the man. "I'm just looking after it, while the clerks at the fair." He gestured to the long table. Like everything in the room, she realized, it was made of ice, several skeins of thick cloth draped over the top. As they took their seats, Lila looked around the hall. The whole place reminded her of a fairy tale. Quaint and welcoming, and too good to be true. The man drifted off to tend the fire. Lila watched him go and felt Kel watching her. "What?" she said, without meeting his eye. "Not everything is a trap." The words made something tug behind her ribs, at being watched, but more so at being seen. "Am I that easy to read?" "No," he simply said. "But I like to think I'm learning." Lila forced herself to relax and take up the drink. The cup was warm against her bare hands. The wine, if that's what it was, hot and sweet. She downed it in a few short gulps and wrapped her fingers on the table, rising to her feet. The light outside had not changed. She didn't know what time it was or how long it would be until the dockmaster returned. But she did know one thing. She had not sailed to the edge of the world just to stop here. She made her way to the fire, and the man now tending it. "Well then," she said, "which way to the Lightless Fair?" And that's the end of part 4. Part 3. Huh. Very interesting place. Like that full like southern land. Very, very cool. And I guess that's where Vasri met his wife. I gotta be right back though in a moment, so we're gonna be continuing in a bit. I'm just gonna get a bit of stretch in, bring my mug away real quick, and then we continue on with part 4, which is back into the present day. Because that part right now was all like right after they started journeying, a couple months, like 3 months. Now we're 7 years in the future again, or like, well, the present day. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. 1 second. All right. Are you guys ready to continue? Because, damn. Let's see. So we're now in part 4 of chapter 2. Land! Strauss bellowed again as Lila vaulted out of the hold, still holding the broken bottle of summer wine. Kel followed, frowning in her wake. Dusk was falling over the coastline. Back in the capital, he mused. The setting sun would have cast everything in red and gold, infusing the city with a warm and constant glow. But here, the light landed with a tinny glare, glinting off the serrated sprawl of buildings that spilled down from the rocks and into the bay below. So this was Verose. He tried to not think too often about London, or what his brother and family might be doing at this moment. He'd followed Lila to the end of the world and back, and it had been worth it. 7 years with the Grey Baron, and most days, he felt at ease on the ship, if not among the crew. But places like Verose were a reminder of how far he was from home. Even at a distance, the city looked sharp enough to cut their sails. The crew assembled now, all hands on deck. There was Strauss, the first mate of the Baron, stocky and sober, scratching at a black beard that had started to show gray, his temporary cheer settling back into sterner stuff as they approached their destination. And Vasri, standing beneath the sails and looking, as he always did, like he was posing for a portrait, his chin up and his blonde hair pulled back as he put his meager wind skills to good use and guided them to port. Then there was Tav, small and scrappy, and currently heaving his guts up over the side of the ship after having a little too much fun this afternoon, even for a ship pretending to be a pleasure vessel staffed with rowdy pirates. And last of all, Raya, dropping like a sparrow to the deck, black braids fluttering behind her. Raya, who'd come aboard the ship after the lightless fare and never disembarked, despite Lila's vocal aversion to new blood. I think I'm in love, Vasri had said the next morning, and at the time, none of them had paid it much attention because, frankly, Vasri fell in love the way other people fell down after too much wine. So Lila probably assumed it would sort itself, and they put the girl ashore at the next port. But then Raya turned out to be a decent water worker and an even better cook, and Vasri surprised everyone by staying smitten, and Lila grudgingly let the girl stay. Nearly 7 years on, she still didn't speak a word of Varnitian, seemed to take pride in the fact that she had as many expressions as Cal had frowns, and she was good at saying everything that needed saying with a look. And on top of it all, she could fight, a fact they discovered when the Baron ran into trouble with a raiding ship, and the girl had swiftly conjured a pair of swords out of ice and driven one through the nearest pirate as he tried to come aboard. Lila liked her more after that. And Kel liked not being the newest person on the crew. Now, as the Grey Baron pulled into Verose, he scanned the line of ships already there and found the one they wanted mooring 3 vessels out from the leftmost side of the dock. A Vescan craft with blood-red flags and wings scorched into the pale hull. A Crayon, it was called. The Crow. If Alucard Emery's intelligence was good, then this ship was on its way south, ready to pass cargo off to an Indonesian smuggler bound for London. Alucard wanted to know what it was carrying, and Kel wanted, he always did these days, to proved that even now, without the power that had once defined his life, marked him as Antari, and made him the strongest magician in the world, he was still worth something to the Grey Baron, and Lila Bart to the palace and the Empire, and himself. Oh, so he still doesn't have his powers back. No, poor Kel. Man, that sucks. Oh. Oh man. All right, now that was a short part. That was already part 4. So now we're into part 5, and we're back to 7 years ago in the southern point of Freysa. Kel Maresh had never been this cold. For years, if he felt so much a chill, he could conjure flame into his hand, or warm the air against his skin. The gesture is natural as breathing, effortless, simple. But nothing was simple anymore. The wine's welcoming warmth had dwindled as the crew made their way down the port house path as instructed, which led not into the town, but a massive tunnel carved straight into the glacier. A vicious wind whistled through it, singing against the ice and sinking its teeth into every inch of skin. And yet, for all the discomfort, there was something extraordinary about this place. 1 second. Okay. He had seen ice before, but the word did not justice to the scale. He had stood in the king's map room when he was young and studied the empire modeled on the table. The drawings on the wall wondered how a map could have edges when the world went on beyond it. "Where's the rest?" he'd asked, and the king had told him, "This is the part that matters." But Maxime Maresh was wrong. Kel shook himself, not wanting to think about the man who'd raised him, and yet had never seen him as a son. The king who'd fallen, along with so many, at Osaron's hands, and forced Rai too soon onto the throne. Ahead, Lila ran her bare fingers along the tunnel wall and began to hum a sea shanty, the melody ricocheting around them, a song carrying its own chorus. Their footsteps echoed. Without the eerie dawn haze, the tunnel should have been pitch black, but it wasn't. In fact, the ice to every side seemed to glow with its own internal light. A pale blue Kel swore was growing brighter as they walked. He slowed, approaching the tunnel wall, a warped reflection taking shape in the ice. A long, pale face, red hair parted by a single line of silver, the only outward mark of the battle that had changed his life. He rested one gloved hand against the surface of the ice and felt it. There was an energy to the ice, like a current in a stream. The water had frozen. Something inside it was undeniably alive. He realized then what it must be. A source. Kel knew, of course, that the Isle River back in London was not the only one, that sources of magic were scattered all over the world. But it was still a strange and wonderful thing to find another, to stand inside it, to bathe in the glow as if it were a healing thing. Perhaps, he thought, and hoped, it was. He closed his eyes, imagined the light curling over him, stitching back the parts that had torn. A tremor ran through the tunnel, and Kel recoiled, half expecting to see cracks lacing the wall around his fingers. Vasri turned in a circle, and a knife had appeared in Lila's hand, and for a single, horrible moment, Kel thought he'd done something to damage the source. But then, the crash came again, and this time, he could tell it wasn't coming from behind or around them. just ahead. It was followed by another sound, a tide of voices. Cheers. They quickened their pace, rounded a bend, and reached the mouth of the tunnel. It yawned open to reveal a city carved in and out of ice. And in the center stood the lightless fair. Of course, it was not really lightless. The source's blue shine met the twilight haze, giving everything a frosted glow, a dreamy, dusk-like illumination. 100 stalls rose straight out of the frozen ground, every ice-made shop draped in long, bright lengths of silk, adorned with lanterns and flags. 100 patrons shuffled through and bundled in their coats as merchants called out in Frisian, their voices reduced to music in his ears as they offered meat and tea, games and magic. There was laughter and music and more people than Kel had seen in months. They passed through an ornate archway, icicles rising from its top like crown points, moon-like spheres balanced on each. A crowd had gathered just beyond, forming a wide circle around a pale woman in a silver coat. She stood in the center of a small platform, bare hands raised before her as if holding puppet strings. And for a long moment, she stood still. And then, as they watched, her arms began to move, fingers dancing through the air, and the ice around her grew. It rose and drew together, delicately shaping itself into the curved bones of a ship. It spread like frost across the air, around her body, over her head, and until the sculptor vanished inside her work. The ship grew until it was the size of a house, details fashioned down to the bolts and the sails. And that would have been a marvel enough, but then it began to move. But this time, rolling slightly as if caught on the waves. It went still again, but this time there was a kind of menace to that stillness, an eerie calm. The child gasped, and soon Kel saw why. A single icy tendril had appeared, curling itself around the ship, and then another, and another. The crowd held its breath as the limbs of a sea beast wrapped themselves around the hull, and the mast and the sails began to squeeze. The ship groaned as if it were wood. It began to crack beneath the force. Kel watched, awestruck. It was one thing to sculpt an object from an element. It was another thing entirely to give it movement, to put wind into ice-made sails and tension into ice-made limbs. It was a feat of magic, a craft unlike anything he'd ever seen. To recreate the world in such detail, and then, all at once, the ship shattered with a sound that shook the fair. The whole scene burst apart, the ice dissolving into glittering flakes that drifted down over the spectators, dusting their shoulders and hoods with snow. The woman stood at the center of her platform, alone again. The crowd erupted in applause. Vasri whooped, and Kel clapped, and beside him, Lila's face lit up the way it had that first day in Red London, when everything was new. She took it all in, not with a wicked glee, but a hungry kind of wonder. And then she looked at him and smiled and started to walk on. But Kel caught her bare hand and pulled her back to him and kissed her. Heat poured through him, and he didn't know if it was her magic sparking on the air or his own body flushing, but either way, it was welcome. Lila pulled back, just enough to meet his gaze, her breath a plume of white between their lips. "What was that for?" she asked. "For warmth," he said, and they both smiled at the words, the memory drawn like thread between them, between now and that first night when she had done the same to him, and claimed it was for luck. She kissed him again, deeper, hands sliding beneath his coat, and Kel leaned in. He loved her. It scared him, but frankly, so did Lila. She always had. Delilah Bard wasn't a soft bed on a summer morning. She was a blade in the dark, dazzling and dangerous and sharp. Even now, he half expected to feel her teeth against his lip, the bright prick of pain, the taste of his own blood. But all Kel felt was her. Nearby, Vasri cleared his throat. "I'll think I find my own warmth," he said, slipping away into the fair. And then Lila was pulling away too, drawn to the many stalls and their offerings. She looked back only once, lips twitching in a grin. And then she was gone. Kel was about to follow when a small weight collided with his side and bounced off. He turned to see a child stumbling back, landing hard on the ice. A girl, so bundled up against the cold, he could only see the tops of her flushed cheeks and her blazing blue eyes. She hiccuped, sounded about to cry, when a woman arrived and swept the child into her arms, turning to Kel to apologize. She looked at him, and as she did, cold raked its fingers over his scalp, and he realized his hood had fallen back, revealing his red hair, his black eye. Kel flinched, bracing himself for the weight of recognition, for fear or awe and the scene it would bring. There was no scene. His appearance meant nothing to her. Of course it meant nothing. He was 1,000 leagues from home. He wasn't a prince, not in this land. And as for an Antari, perhaps she didn't even know what an Antari was. Perhaps she didn't care. To her, he was just a stranger at the lightless fair. She carried the child off, and Kel watched him go, a small laugh escaping in a cloud of fog. "Hassa," called a voice, and it took Kel a moment to realize it was calling him. He turned and saw a man in one of the stalls, a scarf wrapped tight over the lower half of his face. "Hassa," he called again, waving Kel over. He wasn't sure what the man was selling. The table before him was full of figurines, but it was the back wall that caught Kel's eye. The entire space was taken up by a single sculpture, a large and impossibly delicate thing that might have been a palace or simply a very ornate house, its facade interrupted by a series of windows. And unlike the stall itself, whose ice was several inches thick, the sculpted house was made of frost-thin panes and looked like it might crumble at the slightest push. That, Kel realized, was the point. As he approached, the man running the stall started talking quickly. Rai had always been the one with a gift for language. Kel had picked up pieces on his travels, but Frisian was new to him. A breathy, melodic thing that broke down against his ears, especially when the speaker's mouth was hidden behind a scarf. "I'm sorry," Kel cut in, backing away. "I don't understand." He started to leave, but the man smiled, eyes crinkling in delight. "Ah, Arnesian," he said, sliding into a broken version of the tongue. "Come, it's game." As he said it, he turned to the ornate house and pointed to its many windows. In each, there was a sphere of colored eyes, just large enough to touch the frame on either side. "You break one," he said, circling the target with a mittened hand. "But not house. Touch house, you lose." It was, of course, a game of magic. Not a terribly challenging one either. A very careful child would be able to do it, to summon an element to control it enough to melt or move one of the spheres without disrupting the fragile house. To a skilled magician, it should be simple. To an Antari, nothing at all. "You won't lose," said the man. "You touch ball, just ball, you win." He gestured at the prices on the table, small figures sculpted not from ice, but a delicate, translucent stone. There were animals, birds and bears, dogs and whales, but also tiny shops, fair stalls, even a replica of the archway they'd passed through. And there, at the edge, a single ship. It made Kel think of the Grey Baron. It made him think of Lila. "You play," said the man. Kel swallowed. He flexed his fingers, half frozen despite the gloves his coat had given him. It had been 3 months. 3 months since the battle in Osauron's makeshift palace. 3 months since Holland and Lila and Kel combined their power to fight the Dark God back. 3 months since Holland had used an inheritor to contain the demon's power, and Kel had been caught between the two and nearly torn apart. 3 months, and he told himself the longer he waited, the better it would heal. He could feel the magic pooling just beneath his skin, waiting to be summoned, waiting to be used. That was the hardest part. He knew it was there, an untapped well, and every day he found himself reaching for it, the way he had all his life, only to stop short as he remembered the pain, the rending agony that had torn through him when he first tried to use his power after they'd won. But it had been 3 months. 3 months he was sure was long enough. "How much does it cost to play?" he asked, and the man shrugged. Kel dug a hand in his pocket, hoping the coat would provide. He withdrew a handful of coins, none of them Frisian. The man surveyed the small pile and selected an Arnesian lin, crimson, with a small gold star at its center. The coin vanished into his coat. "Good," he said, clapping his hand. "Now you play." Kel swallowed and drew off his gloves as he decided which element he'd use. Flame was the easiest to summon, but the most likely to damage the rest of the house. Earth would be useless. There was none of it here. He could call on the water in the sphere itself, but the rest of the flame was made of the same stuff. The rest of the frame was made of the same stuff. No, it would be wind, a single breath to knock it from its perch. His pulse quickened in anticipation. It had been so hard to wait this long, and he felt like a starving man about to eat his first meal. Kel took a deep breath and raised his hand and called his magic back. And it came, rushing up to meet him like a long-lost friend. It came so eager and so quick. It came. But so did the pain. Not the stiffness of a muscle after too much rest, of a bone that's been left to set, but the fresh agony of an open wound. As the wind rolled out from his fingers toward the ice-made house, the pain unspooled, tore through his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs and the strength from his limbs. And the entire house shattered. Kel didn't see it happen. He was already doubled over in the icy ground, heaving, sweat slicking his skin beneath the coat, horror rising with the bile in his throat. He struggled to stand as people turned to stare, and the man in the stall looked sadly at the broken house. "You lost," he said as if it wasn't obvious. Kel scrambled backward, desperate to get away, to escape the stalls and the crowd and the lightless fair. He made it through the archway before sagging to his knees and retching. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. Once upon a time, Kel Marash had been the best magician in the world. Now, he could not even best a children's game. He didn't hear Lila walking up behind him, but then she was there, a hand on his shoulder. "Kel," she said. And there was something in her voice, something he'd never heard before, something that sounded like pity. He wrenched away from her touch. 3 months, he gasped. He was still struggling to breathe, though now it was as much from panic as lingering pain. 3 months, and it meant nothing. should have healed. It should have helped. But it's still broken. He raked his hands through his hair. I am still broken. He shook his head. It's not fair. Lila met his gaze, her glass eye shining in a strange light. It never is. His throat tightened. I'm an Antari, Lila. The words clawed as they came out. I am nothing without my power. He scowled. Was I nothing without mine? And before he could say that this was different, and she knew it, Vasily strolled up, his gold lashes thick with frost, a young woman on his arm. Look, he said cheerfully, I found my own warmth. Kel shoved past them both, heading for the tunnel into port with the ship. Vasily's voice trailed after. Where's he going? To wallow, said Lila, but she was wrong. Kel was done wallowing, done waiting for his power to mend. He had been wrong to wait, wrong to think his magic was the thing that had to heal. If his power wouldn't return on its own, he would bring it back by force. And that's... what? Okay. Wow. I feel bad for Kel, man. He just wants to be able to use his powers again. But wait, what? There you go. Like, God. I feel so bad for him, man. He deserves better. His poor powers, man. Like, considering all the shit he did in the first book, in the first 3 books, like the strength he had, and now he has like nothing. Or like he can feel it, but he cannot use it without being in absolute fucking agony. I feel bad for him. But we shall see if he can get back to the point of using his powers. Okay, now we're jumping 1 month ahead from the 7-year. Like we're still 7 years in the past, but now 1 month after the Lightless Fair. Kel was coming undone. That's how it felt as he stood in the center of the cabin, shirt open and sleeves rolled, sweat dripping down his skin. His coat had been flung over a chair, and a wine bottle lay empty on the floor nearby. The candle sat on the table, the small flame staring at him, steady and waiting. Kel kept his own quarters on the ship. Unlike the captain's chamber, this one was small and sparse, little more than a bed and a chest and a basin. But it was his, as the upstairs room in the setting sun had been, a place to be alone, with his thoughts, with his power. He took a deep breath, held his hand out, and dragged the fire toward him. The moment it answered it, so did the pain. As bright and brutal as a white-hot knife slicing into his skin, carving a path behind his ribs, telling him to stop. He might have, if not for himself, then for his brother Rai, whose life was bound to his, who felt every ounce of hurt as if it were his own. Their suffering was a shared chord. Wound one of them, and the other suffered too. Kel could never bring himself to cause his brother hurt. But he had quickly learned that this particular pain belonged to him alone. It was not a physical thing. It did not live in his body, but the fabric of his soul. And so he pressed on, as he had every night since they'd visited Frisia in the lightless fair. He held the fire in his palm, teeth gritted in pain as he reached out with his other hand toward a glass, calling the water inside it. It rose, drifting in a ribbon toward him, but Kel's limb had begun to shake. His copper hair plastered to his skin with sweat. He could do this. He had to do this. He was Kel Maresh, Antari magician and adopted prince. He had traveled across worlds, had been known and feared by the rulers of Grey London and Red and White. He had faced Vitari and the darkness that tried to breed inside him, had bested all but Lila in the Esentash, had fought against Holland and then beside him, had watched the other Antari sacrifice everything he had, everything he was, to save their cities. Holland, who had not survived the battle, but Kel had. He had survived all those horrors. And he would survive this. He staggered and lost his hold. The flame extinguished, the water fell and dropped like rain, and his legs buckled beneath him, one knee cracking against the wooden floor. "Get up," he hissed through gritted teeth. His muscles trembled, but after a moment he rose, bracing himself against the table. He reached for the empty glass, but instead of taking it up, he swept it from the table, watched it shatter as it hit the floor. "Pick it up," he told himself, wrapping his will around the shards. The pieces shivered. "Pick it up," he growled as they rose, slowly, haltingly into the air. Kel's chest hitched, his hands trembled. "Put it back together," he thought. "Put yourself back together." The shards floated toward each other, rattling like chimes when they knocked together, drifted apart. The white hot knife drove between his ribs, and Kel's hold faltered. He overcorrected, flinging all his will at the shards of glass. They crashed together, crumbling to sand, and Kel sagged, gasping, to the floor. He let out a ragged sob and bowed his head against the wood. He told himself he would grow accustomed to the pain, that its edges would eventually wear smooth, that at some point the pain would fade. It had to fade. It was a wound, and all wounds healed, the skin knitted and scarred, and yet every time this wound felt fresh. It was not a tear in his flesh. Something at the very heart of him had splintered, frayed, and he was beginning to suspect, to fear, that it would never heal, never get easier, never hurt less. Okay, wait. I'm having a theory right now. Since they describe it as it feels like something in him is broken and shattered. What if Tess, with her power, can find a way to fix him up, to restore his soul or whatever, and give him back his powers without the pain? Because there's nothing that can't be fixed, right? So what if Tess can fix Kel in that way, basically? That would be crazy. I feel like that's where we're going to be heading at some point. Obviously, it didn't happen in those 7 years flashbacks, but I would assume at some point Kel would meet up with Tez, or like Tez and Kel cross paths, and she could see like something is fraying off of him and the threads around him, and offers him to fix it, repair the threads in his magic, and maybe being able to use his powers again. All like wild theories right now. I have no idea if that would be true, but I feel like it has some grounds. But we'll see what happens. I'm here for it. If it were a ruined limb, he would have cut it off. But there was no faulty limb. The ruin was everywhere. In his darkest moments, when he could not see a life without magic or a future without pain, he thought, I cannot live like this. But he had to. This pain may be his own, but his life was not. Never would be. And so he dragged his broken spirit forward, felt it shred again with every step, waited for the moment when his magic failed entirely, knowing it would be a mercy when it did. But for now, it was still there, frayed and torn and waiting to be called. Like the way they're currently like describing it all, frayed, torn, broken to pieces, all of that is like, it can be fixed. You just need the right person to fix it. And Tez could be that person. I'm sticking with that. He forced himself back up onto his hands and knees as a drop of red hit the ground. Blood was dripping from his nose, his body pleading with him to stop. Instead, he wiped his hand across his face and pressed his stained palm to the damp floor and summoned his Antari power. As Ysera, he said, bracing for what happened next. Magic bloomed between the blood and the command. A sheen of ice spread beneath his hand, coating the wooden planks, and Kel felt a bright, brief flare of relief that the power still worked. And then his vision dropped away, and his world went black as the white hot horror carved beneath his skin. He fought the urge to scream and failed, the sound tearing free as he collapsed, his burning cheek against the icy patch of the floor, and sobbed in pain and anger and grief. Who was he without magic? What was he worth? His sight flickered back, but the room was spinning now, and he squeezed his eyes shut and tried to force air back into his aching lungs. He was still lying there when he heard the door open, boots stomping across the wooden floor. The world darkened behind his eyes as a shadow fell across his face. Enough, said Lila, and he could hear the anger in her voice. It wasn't enough. He couldn't stop, not until the magic spoke to him again, not until it remembered who and what he was. Not until he was strong enough to take it back. You're scaring the crew. My apologies, he murmured. If she were someone else, she might have stroked his hair, might have even lain down there beside him on the cabin floor, tangled her fingers with his, and told him it would be all right. They would get through this. They would find a way. He would be whole again. Instead, she took out a knife. He heard the scrape of the weapon sliding free from its sheath, and a moment later, the steel dropped to the floor beside him, the edge within reach. The message seemed rather clear. If I could put myself out of my misery, I would, he muttered. And in that moment, it felt true. But Lila only hissed through her teeth. Idiot, she said, dropping into her nearby chair. Do you know what else you are, Kel? Tired. Spoiled, she said, and lazy. I'm already down, he said with a wince. You don't have to kick me. Lila sighed and leaned back in the chair. There was a sellsword back in London. She never called it Grey London, but he knew that's what she meant. Her voice took on a different quality whenever she spoke of her other life, the one before. Kel took a questing breath. The pain had faded, leaving exhaustion in its wake. He tried to sit up, but couldn't manage yet. So he summoned the strength to roll onto his back and looked at the ceiling instead of her. What was his name? Jack Jones? Lila shrugged. It doesn't matter. He was the best at what he did. A genius with a blade. Could fight 3 at once or slit a man's throat before he even felt the kiss of the knife. And then they caught him. Who? Asked Kel. He could feel her annoyance. What? It doesn't matter who. Someone that good is always in danger of being caught, so they caught him. Didn't kill him, but they did take his life. You know how? She didn't wait for Kel to answer. They took his sword hand, cut it off right at the wrist. Even burned the wound so he wouldn't bleed out. They thought that living like that was a fate worse than death. Do you know what he did? Lila sat forward in the chair, and Kel looked at her. He couldn't help it. He found these men, and he used his sword to cut their throats. Every single one. How? Asked Kel, and Lila flashed him with a wicked smile and rose to her feet again. Isn't it obvious? She said, walking past Kel and into the blade she'd left beside him. He learned to use his other hand. And that's the end of part 5. This is... I love this. This is getting so good already. Schwab, you fucking did it again. I'm hooked. All right, part 6. We're back in the present and the now. So it was fully dark by the time the Baron had docked at Verose. Strauss and Vasri, who'd sobered a bit in the intervening hours, stumbled off the ship as if they were still drunk, and made their laughing way down the docks. They returned an hour later with a few more bottles of wine and a count. 9. That was the number of sailors aboard the Crow. You're sure? Asked Lila. Vasri bobbed his head and nearly lost his balance. Not so sober then. He turned to Strauss, who confirmed the tally. 9, he said, and she nodded, as was already trying to decide how to dispatch them all when Kel shot her a warning look. Lila sighed, of course. Lila sighed. Of course he'd insist on keeping them alive. 9 were aboard the ship, clarified Vasri, but 2 set off for the cliffs. And 4 left for the Red Ropes, added Strauss. I paid the hosts there to take their time. That leaves 3, said Vasri. Yes, said Lila dryly. I can count. She tapped her fingers on her sleeve as she played it out. Killing 3 men was easy enough. Not killing them was harder. Alucard's orders weren't to stop the ship, only to find what it was carrying, which meant she needed time to search the hold. Strauss would serve as watch and diversion if need be. Tav was good for blunt force and always game for a fight. And Kel, well, what was the point of sharpening a knife if you never let it cut? Vasri, Raya, you stay put, she said. If you insist, said Vasri, palming his wife's waist. This is meant to be a pleasure vessel. We'll keep up appearances. You keep wind in the sails, she warned, in case we need a quick break. And you, she added, nodding at Raya, don't let anyone touch my ship. She looked at Kel, then, who was tightening the holsters beneath his black coat. He met her gaze and straightened, pulling the hood up until it hid his copper hair. Tav and Strauss stood waiting, ready. Well then, she said, spreading her arms, let's go and say hello. 4 people ambled down the Verosay dock. They looked like they'd come from a good time and were on their way to find a better one. Lila smiled and tipped her head back as if savoring the night. A few steps ahead, Tav laughed softly as if Strauss had just told a joke. But she didn't think Strauss had ever told a joke. Wasn't sure he even knew one. Beside her, Kel smelled like summer wine. Before they left, she tipped the last of the ruined bottle into her palm and run it through his hair. At least it won't be wasted, she'd said, splashing him with the dregs. Man. Now his arm was slung around her shoulders and hers was wrapped around his waist. Her narrow body tucked against him, and he half sang, half hummed a sea song into her hair. Who knew you were such an actor? She said when he swayed, leaning his weight into hers. Where did you learn this art? You forget my brother's reputation, he said, lips brushing her temple. I had plenty of time to study his form while I was dragging him home at dawn. Always the keeper, she mused with a sigh. Never the kept. Believe it or not, he said, I am capable of having a good time. She laughed, a buoyant sound that carried down the dock. Capable, perhaps. Willing? Never. Their steps slowed as they neared the Crow. Strauss reached out to brace himself against the pale wing-painted hull, as if he didn't trust his legs to carry him on. Simply needed a moment to rest. Taff slipped into the shadow along the ship and hauled himself up, dropping silently over the side onto the deck. We get in, we get out, Kel reminded her. We don't cause a scene. Lila rolled her eyes. Next you'll say you want them unscathed. Preferably, yes. She sighed. So much for a good time. As she said it, she pulled him into the shadow of the ship. Cal reached back to brace himself against the hull as Lila ran her hands down his front. Even in the dark, she could see him blush before her fingers dipped into the pocket of his coat and drew out the small black shape. She leaned close enough to kiss him, and instead placed a mask on his face. It settled like a cool hand against his skin, and he smiled, a stranger's smile, as Kel Maresh fell away like a coat. And with that, part 6 is over. We're like jumping back and forth the entire time right now. This is like a fucking Adi LaRue situation again with the whole jumping back and forth, but I don't mind it. Now we're going back in time again, 6 years ago somewhere at sea. Not 7, okay. Any day now, said Lila, picking at her nails. They were on the ship's deck, the sails down and the tide still. The sun was just rising, and the night's chill had yet to burn off. And the only mercy, as far as Kel could tell, was that she'd told the crew to make themselves scarce. Oh. Okay. Hey, Lemons. How's it going? I saw the stream just dip for a moment, the bitrate dip for a moment, but it should be back. Please let me know if everything's okay. refresh just in case. Yeah, no, I saw that it like dropped about like below half my usual bit rate, and now it should be back. So frozen for a good 20 seconds. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna start the chapter again. Part again. So we're now at part 7, somewhere at sea, 6 years ago. Okay, now good. Any day now, said Lila, picking at her nails. They were on the ship's deck, the sails down and the tide still. The sun was just rising and the night's chill had yet to burn off. And the only mercy, as far as Kel could tell, was that she told the crew to make themselves scarce, though he assumed that they were watching from whatever perch they could find. Pointy end toward me, she teased. He glared, fingers tightening on the short sword in his hand. Kel knew how to wield a blade. He had been raised within the palace walls with all the pretexts of a prince, but he was also raised to guard the royal family. More specifically, he'd been charged with Rai's protection. Rai, who had no magic to arm himself, no power of his own to shield him. Rai, who'd insisted on learning the sword, and so Kel had joined him as a sparring partner until the prince was good enough to practice on the royal guards. Kel knew how to hold a blade and how to use it, and yet its weight of the steel in his hand felt odd, clunky, far less elegant than the weapons he'd conjured out of wind and stone and ice. Lila hopped down from the crate and spread her arms. Come on then. You're not armed. Kel, she said with a pitying grin, I think you know me better than that. Her fingers twitched in invitation. She had fought him once, back in Grey London, when he'd known her only as a thief and she hadn't known that what magic was, let alone that she possessed it. And it had been her steel versus his spells. They had sparred more fiercely in the Essentage when he was pretending to be Kamarov Loste, and she pretending to be Stasyon Elsor. But that had been a game of magic, of fire and water and earth, a competition bound by rules. Kel had never faced Delilah Bard like this. He scanned the deck, taking in the ropes and boxes and nets and nails, all the things he could have used as weapons once. Now all he had was the sword in his hand. He marched toward Lila, expecting her to dodge back, retreat, but her boots stayed planted and her hands stayed wide, and the only part of her that moved was the corner of her mouth, which twitched in pleasure, right before he swung the blade at her head. Steel against steel, the sound rang out across the deck. Her hands had been empty the second before, but now a dagger flashed in one fist. His sword scraped free, and he swung again, low and fast, a blow that should have carved a line across her ribs. But a second dagger appeared in her other hand, and she pinned the sword between the knives. He freed himself and swung again, thinking she should have picked a longer blade. But instead of dodging back, she lunged in, twisting around his sword and tucking herself against him like a lover as she brought one dagger up beneath his chin. Dead, she whispered. And then she danced backward out of the embrace and said, Again. He ran a hand through his hair, slicking it out of his face, and readied himself. This time, studying the way she balanced, turned her head to compensate for the lack of sight. If she could just... This time, she didn't wait. She struck first, vicious and quick, forcing him to retreat. He dodged backward and slashed again and again, and somehow, despite the fact that he had the longer blade, the better reach, she was always there to block, to parry. She wasn't a graceful fighter, but she moved with all the speed of a whip, and no matter how Kel searched, there was no way past, no opening. He danced back, or tried to, but he'd lost track of his surroundings, and instead of open deck, He slammed into the mast. The force knocked the wind out of his lungs, and the sword slipped from his hand. But Lila was still coming, daggers glinting, and there was no time to think. So he didn't. Simply flung out his fingers and called a nearby coil of rope. It rose, flying toward Lila's wrist, even as the pain tore through him, jagged and deep. And in the end, it was for nothing, because her blade sliced through the rope before it came to rest against her throat. "Dead," she whispered. Her hand dropped. "What happened?" The words slid out like a gasp between his teeth. "I forgot." Lila studied the edge of her knife. "I forgot too at first. Ran into doors, fell down steps. It took me months to find my balance, to gauge distance. It was hard, but I learned. So will you." Anger bloomed inside him. He wanted to tell her it was different, that her eye was gone and his magic was still there, a limb he felt but he couldn't use, a weapon he was forced to hold but couldn't wield. He wanted to lash out at her, to scream. Instead, he knelt and picked up his sword and said, "Again." Now we're jumping 5 years ago. The sun bled into the sea, turning the world around them red. The Baron had dropped anchor at a foreign port. The air held on to the day's heat like a clay oven after the fire's gone out. Kel's lungs burned, his limbs ached. "You're too quick," he said, gasping for breath. "So catch up," said Lila as she ducked and dodged and danced out of reach. They sparred until the sun vanished and the red dusk gave way to night. Until Strauss went about lighting the lances across the deck. By the light, Kel could see the rest of the crew, perched like birds around the Baron watching the match. Even the newest member, Raya, the woman from the south that Vasri had brought back to the ship, she sat up in the netting, pale eyes burning the dark. Kel ignored them. He had to. Staying alive took all of his focus. "You're too good," he said, narrowly dodging Lila's latest cut. "So get better," she answered. There was a ruthless focus to her movements, a precision he couldn't seem to crack. No wonder she had made it here, he thought. Delilah Bard was a force of nature. The world hadn't simply opened for her. It had been cleaved, parted like skin beneath her knife. She was incredible. "Has anyone told you," he said, "that you're gorgeous when you fight?" The words knocked her off balance, like a boot catching on uneven ground. She stumbled, just for a second, and in that second, he swung. Her dagger came up at the last moment, but it was close, beautifully close, the two blades shivering against her throat. For once, Lila scowled. For once, Kel smiled. And then she kicked him in the chest. He hadn't seen it coming, and he went down hard on the deck, gasping for breath. Rai would feel that one, he thought, imagining his brother leagues away in the middle of some gala or feast, wincing at the force of Lila's boot against his brother's ribs. Kel said a silent apology as he lay there, exhausted, staring up at the sky. It was a moonless night, black and full of stars. And then Lila was there, holding out her hand and helping him back onto his feet. He fell into the bed that night, limbs aching and leaden. Everything hurt. For the first time in months, he welcomed the pain. "4 years ago, Kel's coat lay cast aside, his shirt soaked through with sweat and rain. As Lila circled, he ran a hand through his damp hair, slicking it back. He'd cut it shorter, but somehow it still ended up in his face. A storm had swept through in the middle of the last match. It had passed, replaced by a scorching summer sun, but the deck was still damp beneath his feet, water dripping from the sails as Kel twisted out of the way of Lila's blade. He dodged another blow, and a cheer went up. They were no longer alone on the deck. The Baron's crew watched with giddy interest, whooping and hollering and making bets, though Kel doubted they ever bet on him. Even though he did win. Sometimes. Rarely. More often than not, it was only a question of how long he could hold her off. His victories measured in minutes. He'd gotten better in the last few months. He'd had to. But Lila always found a way to keep him on toes. Keep him on his toes. Dragging him out to spar at dawn, at midday, in the middle of the night so he could learn how to see weapons movement in the sun and shade, noon glare and moonlight and full dark. Now and then, he still slipped, found himself reaching for his magic, and every time he paid for the mistake. But his sword hand was getting stronger, and the steel began to feel, if not a part of him, at least like something he could wield, not just competently, but well. As soon as he grew comfortable with the short sword, Lila gave Kel two, and by the time he could hold his own with those, the crew had stopped feigning indifference and gotten involved in the fights. The first mate, Strauss, was the one who'd suggested the lottery. A way to make things interesting, he'd said, presenting the box in the gallery one night as Raya spooned out helpings of stew. Kel suspected they were just tired of him losing and were hoping to spice things up. Inside the box, scribbled out on scraps of paper, was the name of every weapon they had on board the ship. Lila had always possessed a fondness of sharp things, and since becoming captain of the Baron, her collection had only grown, expanding in impressive ways beyond the usual steel. Which was why, as they circled each other now, Kel found himself holding a small pair of scythes, their edges curved, while Lila hefted a broadsword. Vasri and Tav exchanged a look, and Kel suspected they must have added that one to the lot more recently. Maybe they were betting on him after all. Tired of holding the blade up, Lila attacked, and despite the weapon's size, she still managed to move with unnatural speed. She swung, and Kel lunged back, expecting the sword's weight to carry her forward. But somehow, impossibly, she pivoted, reversing the weapon's arc. He got one of the sides up and blocked, the force ringing up his arm as they crashed together, but his second blade was already carving through the air toward her chest. Her eyes widened and he thought, "I have you," right before she let go of the broadsword entirely and ducked beneath his scythe. She sprang back, falling in a crouch as the hulking sword crashed to the deck between them. It was the first time Lila Bart had ever lost her blade. Around the deck, the voices had stopped. The crew held its breath. Lila looked up at Kel, a grin spreading across her face. She had so many different smiles, some happy and some cruel, and some positively wicked, ones full of humor and ones full of hate. And he was still learning how to read them all. But this one he knew, not because it was common, but because it was rare. It was pride. But the match wasn't over. She hadn't surrendered yet. Lila rose, eyes going to the blade she'd abandoned on the deck between them. She dove for it, and so did he. But as soon as Kel tried to lunge forward, something forced him to a stop. He looked down to see a sheen of ice running up over his feet. His boots were frozen to the deck. Lila caught up the sword and raised it, letting its weight come to rest against his chest. "I win," she simply said, and he stared in shock at the blood dripping from her free hand. She'd used magic, not even elemental, but Antari. "You cheated," he said, indignant, but Lila only shrugged. "I'm not the one who can't use magic." And with that, she dropped the sword and strode away, leaving him to break the ice from his boots. From that day on, there were no rules. Kel only fought to win. "3 years ago. It took 3 tries to get the straps on right. Kel cursed softly, adjusting the buckles over his chest. What in God's name is taking so long? Demanded Lila. Beyond the screen, she wasn't so much sitting in the chair as sprawling across it. One leg thrown over the side, the horned Saros mask twirling lazily around her fingers. Unless there are corsets and skirts involved, you're taking too long. If you need a hand, be still, Kel, lacing up his boots. This was your idea. In truth, it had been Alucard's. After all, he was the one who'd written, asking them to put the Baron to good use. Lila had been more than ready. The trouble, of course, was Kel. Thanks to Lila's ruthless sparring, he no longer fought like a prince, but he couldn't change the fact that he still looked like one. Everywhere they docked, heads turned toward him, clocked his eye, his hair, his bearing. If he was ever going to be someone other than Kalmaresh, Antari Prince, he needed a disguise. Lila had pointed at the coat with its infinite number of sides and asked if there was one tucked in there, something that made him look less like a noble and more like a pirate. Less like the fire and more like the dark. Kel took up the mask and settled it onto his face. It had been a month since her suggestion, and in the intervening time, neither had brought it up again. Until tonight, when he told her to come with him into the captain's quarters, told her to sit there in the chair facing the wall and wait. Are you almost done? Lila called out. This time, he did not answer. She glanced over her shoulder. Kel? Her leg slipped from the arm of the chair and came to rest against the floor. She was about to stand when his hand came down on her shoulder. Lila almost startled. He smiled. It was hard to get the jump on her, but she clearly hadn't heard his boots ringing in the cabin floor, hadn't heard the sigh of fabric or the shift of weight. She rose and turned toward him, and he braced for some snide remark, but for once in her life, she seemed to be speechless. Lila stared at the stranger in her room. Once upon a time, he would have shifted his weight beneath the scrutiny, tugged at his clothes as if they did not fit. But tonight, he did not. Tonight, he stood perfectly still, letting her study him. He was dressed in a black coat with matte black buttons that disappeared instead of catching the light, and a hood, which he'd drawn up by his hair, over his hair. The entire top half of his face was concealed by a black mask, one that shielded both eyes behind a piece of gossamer. Slowly, he reached up and pushed back the hood. It slumped onto his shoulders, revealing his copper hair, no longer loose and messy, but slicked back against his head. His hand slid down his front, and as he unfastened the buttons, the coat fell open onto more of that light swallowing fabric. He shrugged out of the coat, letting it pool onto the floor, revealing black trousers and a black tunic that hugged his chest, the collar wrapping like a hand around his throat. Thin ropes of black leather crossed over his ribs, holsters. Lila reached out and ran her hands along the straps. He'd grown stronger with their sparring, and he tensed, muscle corded beneath her touch. I must admit, Kel, he said, letting out a soft, breathy laugh. I'm impressed. Are you? He asked. His voice came out different, lower, smoother, not stone, but silk. He leaned a little closer as if sharing the secret and said, and my name isn't Kel. Oh? Asked Lila, intrigued. What is it then? You're below the mask. His mouth twitched, one corner drawing up into a grin. You can call me Kay. Kay, she mused, turning the sound over in her mouth as she made a slow, appraising circle. He heard the small hum of pleasure when she discovered the pair of short swords holstered against his back. They'd become his weapon of choice over the months of training. But these were special, purchased from the forbidden market in Sassenroach. He knew she would like them. Felt her fingers graze one of the leather sheaths before drifting to the hilt. Not every blade belongs to you, he said. It does if I can take it. Her hand nearly closed around the hilt, but he turned suddenly, catching her wrist. I wouldn't, he warned. But he knew she wouldn't be able to resist. Sure enough, Lila twisted out of his grip, knocking him off balance. He was fast, but she was faster, and in an instant, she was behind him again, drawing one of the swords, holding it aloft like a prize hover for a half a second before she let out a yelp and dropped the blade as if burned. It clattered to the floor, and he clicked his tongue and knelt, and took it up again. He turned the blade so it caught the light, revealing the spellwork etched into the steel. See, he said, I can still use magic too. He slid the sword back into its sheath and straightened, lifting his chin. In the end, he'd realized something. He didn't have to shed all his princely airs. He could double down on them, cultivate a kind of menace, an arrogance that read as danger. You let me take that sword, she snapped, shaking the sting from her palm. Pain is a quick teacher, he said, catching her hand and bringing her burned fingers to his lips. And I did warn you. Lila's heart quickened. He felt it through her skin. I like this new you, she said, and there was something in her voice, a naked want that made him stiffen. Do you? He purred. She grinned and reached out to pull him toward her, but he beat her to it, stepping forward and pressing his body into hers. He guided her back one stride, then two, until her boots met the edge of the bed. With a quick, almost playful shove, he pushed her down, and she let herself fall, fingers tangling in the leather straps as she pulled him with her onto the bed. He braced himself over her, reached up to draw away the mask, but this time it was Lila who stopped him, fingers wrapped around the wrist. Not yet, she said with a wicked grin. I want to see what Kay can do. That's the end of part 7. Oh my. Ooh. We're getting a bit steamy in here now. I mean, it's a Schwab book. There's gonna be a little bit of that. I'm not surprised. I like it though. They still have like their playful banter, and it's amazing to see. All right, part 8, Port of Verose. Now we're back to the present. He dropped into the crow's deck in silence. Against his face, the black metal molded to his skin. It had taken time to grow accustomed to its weight, the faint shadow it carved at the edge of his vision, the ghost of the gossamer over his eyes. But now, he clung to its presence, the way he felt when he was wearing it, like someone else entirely. No longer Kel, but Kay. Lila landed into a crouch beside him, the familiar sorrow's mask fitted over her own face. Tav pressed himself against the mast of the unfamiliar ship, a finger to his lips. Across the deck, a Vescan sailor sat on a crate, whittling a stick with a short, sharp blade. After a moment, he raised the object to his mouth and it gave up a soft, sweet tune. In the cover of that sound, they crept forward. As it ended, Tav's shadow crossed into the man's light. "Och well?" he asked, rising to his feet. He must have taken them for shipmates, but his face fell as Lila stepped forward, the horns of her mask curling to points above her head. "Nice ship," she said, running her hand along the rail, and the man was so surprised he didn't notice Kay behind him, not until the arm wrapped around his throat. He could have cut the man down. These days he knew exactly where to drive the blade, how to end alive, but instead he forced the cloth against the man's nose and mouth, held his own breath as the plume of Dream's quick clouded the air with the force of the struggle before all the fight went out of him. The body slumped in Kay's arms, and he lowered it to the deck as a second Vescan spilled out to the doorway and came to an abrupt halt, taking in the scene. Two masked figures and the legs of the man they drugged jutting out from behind a crate. But he didn't see Tav, and the shadow by the door, not until he was on him, slamming the cloth over the Vescan's mouth. He could have gone down in seconds, but he didn't. He thrashed and struggled, clawing at Tav, who was half his size and having trouble staying on. More than once he nearly flung Tav off, even as one knee finally buckled, and then the other, the fight only going out of him when his head pitched forward onto the deck. For a moment, no one moved. Tav rocked back on his heels, chest heaving from the effort. Lila cocked her head, and Kay held his breath as they waited for the third Vescan. But there was no sign of them. With any luck, they'd left the others to stand guard and had gone to bed. We'd never know that they were there. We'd never know that they were there. Tav rolled up to his feet. "Could have helped," he muttered, dusting himself off. "Oh, I would have," whispered Lila as she turned toward the hold. "But it was too much fun to watch." As they went down the hold, light bloomed in Lila's palm, and his own hand prickled. A phantom longing in his fingers. He tried to put it from his mind as Tav tossed him an iron bar, and he used it to pry open the nearest crate. The nails groaned and the wood gave with a crack, and Kay paused, listening for sounds above. None came. He shifted the lid off the box. Inside, he found spirits in thin stoppered bottles, amber vials of tark, a liquor that went down like honey but landed like stone. He had tried it once at Rye's behest, and woken the next morning with no memory and wet hair, only to learn he'd gone swimming in the Isle in winter without any clothes. Now he cringed at the sight of the tark, but Tav swiped the vial and pocketed it before he could put the lid back on the box. Nearby, Lila let out a small whistle. He turned and saw her elbows deep in a carton, and a moment later she emerged holding her prize aloft. A blade. Kay rolled his eyes. He knew there was no point in telling her to put it back. It had already disappeared inside her coat. Tav snapped his fingers, calling them over to a third crate. It was full of paper lanterns. They were folded almost flat, but when he held one up, it bloomed open into a pale white moon. Kay frowned, the sight of it tugging on something in his mind. A memory he couldn't place. He held the lantern up into the hold's thin light and saw a ghost of spellwork on the inside of the paper shell. It was small and tight. I was still trying to read it when a voice rang out overheard. "Oster, hangan valach, Oster!" Oster, he guessed, was one of the men now napping on the deck, lungs full of dreamsquik. Metal glinted at the edge of Kay's sight. Lila had drawn one of her knives. He shook his head. and swept past her up the steps. Akravek, he called out in Vescan as he reached the deck. I'm right here. It was a poor impression, but it wasn't meant to hold, only to make the man on deck hesitate, which he did, right until he saw the masked figure standing there, swathed in black. The man squinted at Kay as if trying to make sense of the stranger on his ship. You're not Oster, he grumbled, the words muffled by drink. No, said Kay, I'm not. For a moment, nothing happened, and then everything did. The man flung out his hand, and Kay felt the crow's deck slant drastically, the water shifting beneath the boat. But the blade, he'd learned, had one distinct advantage over relying on the elements. It was far quicker to summon. His sword sang free of his sheath before the wave crested the side of the ship. He surged forward, while the Vescan was still calling the water to him. He spun and slammed the hilt of his sword into the Vescan's temple as the water rose over their heads. The light went out of the man's eyes and he folded, hitting the deck with a thud. As he collapsed, so did his hold on the wave. Kay dropped to one knee, bracing himself as the torrent crashed down on top of him, sudden and shockingly cold. He rose to his feet, soaked through and shivering, but victorious. Beneath him, the ship bobbed once, violently, as the water settled, but it had been a large wave, and he watched as a ripple carried down the docks, setting all the other ships rocking in their berths. Sankt, he thought, as the lanterns lit on half of the surrounding boats, and a handful of sailors took to their decks to see who'd been foolish enough to mess with the tide in the bay. Really? Hissed Lila halfway out all. You couldn't have just... But then she cut off, head whipping to the right. He heard it at the same time. Strauss, too loud on the dock below, asking someone if they knew the way to the Merry Host. Too loud and too late, as boots came thudding up the ramp. Several pairs of boots. The crew of the Crow had come back. Oh. That's not good. 1 second. He flicked his fingers, a silent signal, and Lila and Taff retreated a step back into the shadow of the hold. Kay turned and pressed himself against the mast as 3 more Vescans stomped onto the deck. Oster, they called out. Arok, Erskine. They began to mutter amongst themselves, and it might have thought the 2 they'd left behind had gotten bored or bitter, had gone to entertain themselves. They might have, if not for the body lying in the center of the waterlogged deck. Kell swore to himself as he heard them rush to the fallen sailor. He drew his second sword and stepped out from behind the mast to face the new arrivals. 2 men and a woman, tall as houses, their hair ranging from blonde to white. Their gazes were steady and sober. Either they hadn't been drinking, or they know how to hold their liquor. The 2 men drew weapons, one a hatchet, the other a broadsword, while the third spread out her arms, the air filling with the scent of magic. The water on the deck rose up, freezing to ice around her hands. She flicked her wrist, and a shard shot like an arrow across the deck. At him. Kay's blade came up just in time, and the ice shattered against the steel. The sound rang out like a starting bell, and the bodies on the deck surged into motion. He danced back, cutting down the next 3 shards, then ducked as the hatchet buried itself into the mast where his head had been. It freed itself from the wood, returning to the Vescan's hand. 2 magicians then. The deck froze beneath his feet as he leapt up onto the nearest crate, landed on dry wood, and found himself face to face with the largest man, who was easily a head taller and 3 times as wide, the broadsword raised over his head. Kay twisted out of the way just before the sword cleaved a trench into the ship's deck. It lodged, buried a foot into the wood, and he swept his blade across the man's bare throat, or meant to. The Vescan's arm came up to block the blow, and the steel met armor instead, hard enough to make the blade ring in Kay's grip. Tav and Lila were on the deck now. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them, going head to head with the other 2 sailors. Tav quick on his feet, slicing the ropes that bound the sails so they fell in heavy sheets, covering the icy deck. And Lila, fire licking down her knives as she melted a path through the ice-made shield and kicked the wheeler back into the rail hard enough to make it splinter. She was grinning. Of course she was grinning. The woman sagged onto the deck and... "Look out!" shouted Kay as the hatchet whistled through the air straight toward Lila's back. But she was already dropping to the deck. She landed like a cat to her hands and knees as the axe sailed past. And then she was up again, her daggers in one hand, and this time, when the hatchet flew back toward the Vescan's hand, she caught it, plucked the weapon out of the air as if it were her own, and turned and buried it into the man's chest. "Woo! Damn, Lila!" So much for letting him live, he thought, just as his attacker's broadsword came free with a scrape. He jumped back as the massive blade swung toward him. He twisted out of the Vescan's reach, or tried, but the man's mouth began to move, and he had just enough time to curse that there were 3 magicians, wielding magic as well as weapons, before a wall of wind slammed into him from behind, knocking the breath out of it from his body as he fell to the dock, one of his blades skating from his grip and vanishing under the crumpled sail. The broadsword came down and Kay rolled onto his back, got his one remaining sword up in time to block the blow, or rather redirect its force up and away from his chest. If it had been any other sword, it would have only met the air over his shoulder, but it was 2 hands wide, and the bottom edge scraped along his collar, steel skating against his bone. Pain turned his vision white. Kay gasped and rolled, spinning up onto his feet, one hand clutching his blade and the other pressed to his bloody shoulder. But before he could dodge again, any space between him and the wall of a man, he was thrown back into the mast, not by wind, but flesh, the Vescan's hand closing around his throat like steel, like stone. He hacked at the man's wrist, but the blade glanced off an armored cuff until a gust of air whipped the weapon from his grip. There was another blade in his boot, but before he could reach it, the Vescan hauled him up until he was no longer standing on the deck, his boots skimming uselessly as the hand crushed his windpipe, the other still clenching the massive sword. The man drew back, ready to bury the blade in his chest, and Kay did the only thing his mind could conjure to save him from certain death. He reached out and wrapped his bloody hand around the Vescan's forearm and said in a gasping breath, "Astaro." The man's eyes went white. The magic rolled over his skin and through his bones, turning every inch of him from flesh and blood to stone. His fingers loosened at the last instant and Kay dropped to the deck, gasping but free. For an instant, power rippled through him, as welcome as a warm hearth in winter. And then, all he felt was pain. Holy shit. That's the end of part 8. Holy fuck. This is getting crazy. I like it though. It's really good. Holy shit. That was an intense fight. All right. Part 9. Lila Bard had taken to playing a game. Every time she fought, she gave herself a challenge. Tonight, she'd think, I will only use fire. Tonight, I will only use ice. Tonight, I will let them strike first. Tonight, I will fight as if I have no magic, as if I am back in London, my London, and have nothing to lose but my life. The man with the hatchet was dead, but she was having a fine time with the ice-wielding woman, watching her conjure shards, her shield, letting her leave a sheen of frost on Lila's skin, letting her freeze the deck, letting her think she had a chance. It felt good to fight, like stretching stiff limbs. Until Kay screamed. Kay, who would always be Kel in her mind, no matter which coat he was wearing or how he slicked his hair, or how he'd learned to fight. Kel was the one screaming now, and the sound tore through her like a dull blade, the kind that took its time to kill you and left a ragged tear in its wake. Lila knew what that sound meant. She wasted no more time, but spun behind the Veskin and slit her throat. The woman fell, and the frost began to melt from Lila's coat as she strode across the deck, past Tav, who was dispatching one of the men who'd had the misfortune of coming to in the midst of the fight, to Kel. The largest of the Veskins stood in the moonlight, his massive sword drawn back, but both he and the blade were now made of solid stone. Beyond the statue, Kel was on his knees, head bowed. His hood had fallen back, his chest heaving as he dragged in ragged breaths, sweat sliding down his face beneath the mask. Lila leaned against the statue of the man. Well, she said, tapping a bloody knife against the stone. So much for leaving them alive. Kel's breathing steadied. Slowly, jaw clenched, he rose to his feet. Behind his mask, she knew his eyes would be glassy with pain, but all she could see was black. He looked around, as if wondering what to do about the mess, but Lila had an idea. She brought her hands to the stone figure and pushed. It was massive, but the wind leaned with her, and the stone leaned too, and the statue fell, crashing straight through the wooden deck and the hold below, cracking open the ship's hull like a cannon shot. The other boats had all lost interest as soon as they realized the fight wouldn't spill onto their ships, so there was no one on the docks but Strauss to see the three shadows disembark or free the ropes that bound the Crow to its berth. They watched as the boat drifted backward, the one sail Tav hadn't cut catching a sudden, carefully directed breeze. It had already begun to take on water. Wouldn't be long until it sank. Well, said Tav cheerfully, I for one am far too sober. Strauss cleared his throat. I could use a drink. Captain? Lila shrugged. They would be gone by daybreak, and Verose sat waiting like an untouched mark. She wanted to search its pockets, skim her fingers down its coat, see if it had anything worth taking. All she could do with a drink. All she could do with a drink. And she could do with a drink. There you go. Why not? Kel's voice, when he spoke, was little more than a murmur. I fear I'm not good company right now. Lila cocked a brow. Who said you were invited? He made a sound that died short of a laughter. He was clearly still in pain and trying to hide it, but he couldn't. Not from her. To Lila, Kel had always been a pane of glass tilted toward her, just so that there was others. So that where others saw only colors and streaks, she saw the truth of it. Of him. And in that moment, she knew he wanted to be alone. "I won't be long," she said, plucking off the sorrow's mask and tossing it his way. He caught it, and she saw him wince, his body stiff with pain. Her fingers twitched with the urge to heal him, though she knew he wouldn't let her. "Stubborn ass," she thought as he turned back toward the Baron, and she turned to join Stross and Tav. The pain was his, and so she let him have it. But she did look back more than once, watching his black coat ripple in the cold breeze until he was just another shadow in the dark. Part 10. This, thought Lila sometime later, was the worst drink she'd ever had. She'd never considered herself picky when it came to ale, but whatever was in her glass tasted like whoever owned the Black Tide had spilled cheap spirits into piss and called it a pint. It was strong, she had to give it that, but every time she took a sip, it tried to fight its way back up. Tav and Stross didn't seem to mind, at least not enough to stop drinking. "The trick," offered Tav, "is to hold your breath." "It's not that bad," grumbled Stross, but then it was a well-known fact aboard the ship that her first mate had no sense of taste, a truth discovered during his brief stint as cook. Lila abandoned the drink and reached instead into her coat, retrieving the blade she'd lifted from the crow's hold. She hadn't used it back on the ship, hadn't needed to, and it was still in its sheath. It was deceptively small. Veskins tended to favor broadswords, but this was closer to a dagger in shape and roughly the length of her hand. When she drew the blade free, it was thin as a ribbon and shone the color of pearl. A cool breeze wafted off the metal, and when she tipped it toward the nearest light, she could just make out a string of spellwork etched along the edge, but she couldn't read it. "Well, that's a lovely piece of work," said Tav, who, not having any magic of his own, shared her fondness for sharp things. "It is," she mused. The edge was dazzlingly sharp, but she resisted the urge to test it against her thumb. She sheathed the blade again and set it down on the table. Around them, the Black Tide was brimming with bodies. In one corner, a trio of women with a small fortune of silver in their hair leaned forward, heads together over a map. In another, a ship's crew was getting blindingly drunk over a game of Sanct. Even a pair of Arnesian soldiers, not dressed as such, of course, but they might as well be branded with the cup and sun and decked out in red and gold. Between the crowd, the planked walls, and the dark curtains, the place felt less like a tavern and more like a hull of a ship, or given the stale air, the belly of a whale. She let her gaze drift over the room, though in truth, she wasn't looking. She was listening. Verose was a thieves' haven, a place where the rules of the Empire gave way to the will of the people. Most of them criminals, pirates, and exiled magicians. It was the kind of place that fostered grudges and turned them into bad ideas. The kind of place that could easily have produced the rebels that called themselves the Hand. So Lila listened, or tried. Most of the patrons in the Tide were speaking a version of Arnesian, but some handled the language like a pen, while others used it like a hammer. Add to that the staccato bursts of laughter, the scrape of chairs, the way the voices rose and fell, and it was like fighting with a wave. Easier to relax and let the words wash over her. Tav, meanwhile, had produced a set of cards, and he and Stross were now engaged in an intense drinking game, one that had something to do with throwing down cards at rapid speed and shouting loudly when you saw a king or queen. The loser drank, or maybe the winner. Honestly, Lila wasn't sure. But she watched them bicker like old maids as they played and marveled at the easy way they were together, the way they were with her. the space between them all worn smooth. She found herself wishing Kel was there, and Vasri, and Raya. How strange. Ask her at 19 the definition of freedom, and it would have been one. One person, one ship, one big wide world. And yet here she was, 7 years on, free, but far from alone. She liked being alone. She was good at it, had never trusted or taken to people. But these weren't people, not really. There was something else. Allies, friends, family. Once upon a time, the thought would have been enough to send her heart lurching in a seasick way, her pulse hitting that old familiar drum telling her to run, run, run. As if it were a snaring trap, a snake of chain around her leg. As if people were just anchors, dead weight designed to hold you fast, drag you down. Caring could drown you if you let it, but it could also help you float. Not that she'd ever let the bastards know. Another round? Asked Taff, scraping the cards back into a pile. Strauss shook his head. I'm tired, he said, rising to his feet and finishing his drink. Tired of losing, you mean? Said Taff, even as he stood and dropped a handful of coins on the table. They looked to Lila. You coming, Captain? She looked around, shook her head. Not yet. Taff hesitated, and Strauss weighed her with a look, and seemed about to sit down again when she waved them both away. Fuck off, she said, and let me have a drink in peace. If Kel were there, he'd make a fuss, insist on sticking around until she was done, trail her like a moody shadow back to the boat. But Kel wasn't there, and Strauss knew better than to tell her to be safe or careful. They all knew she could take care of herself. Your orders, said Taff, tipping an invisible cap. Lila watched the two men go and flagged down another drink. The coat slumped to the cabin floor. The mask he flung against the wall. The swords came next, the leather holsters stiff beneath his blood-stained hands, but piece by piece Kay fell away, leaving only Kel. Vasri and Raya had parted like a tide when he swept past. They didn't bother making small talk or asking how the mission went. The evidence was right there, sinking into the bay, right there, and the blood-stained steps he left on the Baron's dock. 7 years of practice, and still he slipped. No matter how long or hard Kel trained, there were times when his body still forgot. He dragged the sodden shirt over his head, wincing at the pain that lanced across his shoulder, the wound left by the broadsword's bite. He made his way to the basin, gaze sliding to the large mirror propped behind it. In the glass, his hair fell into his face, a single streak of silver cutting through the red. In the glass, his bare skin was a tapestry of scars. Blood welled from the fresh cut along his collarbone, sliding in a narrow ribbon down his chest. It followed the line of his necklace until it reached the 3 coins that still hung at the end of the chain. Tokens that had once carried him to other Londons, other worlds. Astravas, he thought grimly, as blood dripped from the coins into the basin, staining the water pink, or then red. Kel's hand drifted up, almost absently toward the tokens, and then past them, to the angry sword wound, which he knew his brother must have felt. It was a marvel he hadn't heard from Rai, or worse, from Alucard. He glanced down at the red ring on his right hand, as if expecting the thought to summon the king of Arnes or his consort, but the band stayed black, dark and cold, as did the black one beside it. The red ring bore the royal seal, the chalice and rising sun. The black one bore a ship. They were rare and precious things, these rings, none of them not one of a kind, but two. Each had a twin, a perfect replica designed to rest on another finger. It was a clever piece of magic gifted to him by the Queen 4 years before, a way to link two people no matter where they were. One simply had to touch the surface of the ring and say the words As Veratan, I need you, and its twin would burn with light and heat. Place both rings upon a scrying board, and the distance between them disappeared. Flat black surface turned to glass, not a door, but at least a window, a way to see and speak. His brother had married well, Kel thought, not for the first time. The red ring that he wore belonged, of course, to Rai Maresh, who said he'd only wear it if it matched his other finery. The black one Kel had given to Lila, or rather, he'd tried. It hadn't gone well. She'd paled when he'd offered her the charm, recoiled as if it were a serpent or a bottle of poison he was asking her to drink. And too late, he remembered the customs of her world, the meaning of such a ring to someone in Grey London. He'd shown her the one on his own hand, tried to explain how the bands were linked, how in case of trouble she could call on him, but her gaze had gone flat and mocking. I'm in trouble, she'd said. I'll get myself out. He had shouted then, and so had she. He had called her stubborn, and she had called him selfish. He had called her frightened, and she had called him a fool, and in the end, she had stormed out, and he had slammed the door, and the waves had sloshed angrily against the ship, and he knew she'd cast her ring into the sea. They did not talk about it after that, and yet he didn't take his off. Not that day, or the next, or the next. It was silly, he knew. After all, the ring was useless on its own, nothing but a sentimental trinket, but he wore it still. No spite her. He wore it still, to spite her. To say that in his mind they were still linked, that they would always be, that she was one of only two he loved so much that he would let himself be bound to them like this. Kel ran his thumb over the black band, then thrust his hands into the basin, rinsing them clean, before he set to work on his wounds. Antari magic was an incredible thing. It was the only kind of power that was both element and spell, chaos and order, a drop of blood, a pair of words, and you could just turn a man to stone, open a door into another world, mend almost any injury. Az-Hasari. 2 words he had said 100 times to heal the sick, undo a mortal wound, but a simple thing it would have been to mend a shoulder. Lila would have done it, of course, if he had asked. Instead, Kel drew 2 bottles from the cabinet beneath. The first he brought to his lips, drinking long and deep. The second he used to douse a cloth. The sharp smell filled his head, and then the narrow room. As he pressed the cloth to his shoulder, the pain flared, bright enough to steal his breath, and he clenched his teeth against it. But in moments, the bleeding had stopped, and he said a silent apology to his brother as he threaded a needle and adjusted the light and leaned toward the mirror. As the barb bit into his skin, he forced his mind back to the fight on the crow. With every pierce, every tug, every tightened stitch, he counted his missteps, his mistakes, reliving every motion until the fight was burned into his memory, and he was certain that next time he wouldn't forget. Man, just get fucking healed by Lila, bruh. Come on. Bruh. Like, come on. But I like the fact that he's kind of just, you know, being stubborn and wanting to do shit himself. But like, come on. Come on. All right. Part 11. I think once we're done with this chapter, I'll probably be ending with the book for today. I don't know how much more is for this chapter, but we'll see. Should be getting close, right? Yeah, we're getting close. Okay. Part 11. Somehow, the second drink Delilah ordered looked even worse than the first. It was the color of oil and the texture of silt. And when she lifted the glass to the low tavern light, it was like staring at paint. She brought the glass absently to her lips, was even about to take a questing sip when a nearby voice interrupted. Wouldn't do that. Lila glanced up to find a woman on the other side of her table, dark hair bundled up into her crown. Her eyes glittered in the tavern light, and when she smiled, only her lips moved, drawing taut over her teeth. Let me guess, said Lila dryly. It's poisoned. Might as well be, said the woman, dropping down into a chair as if invited. Her gaze went almost immediately to the weapon Lila had left out on the wood. That, said the stranger, is a very nice knife. I know, said Lila. Worth the ship I sank to get it. A pirate, then? A captain. The woman glanced around. And your crew? Lila didn't know if she was being threatened or wooed. Minding their own business. The woman didn't take the hint. Tanis, she said, by way of introduction. She waited for Lila to give her a name, but Lila didn't. What do you want, Tanis? The woman leaned back in her chair, studying Lila. You're not from here. Lila said nothing, and Tanis went on. Most people aren't. They're just passing through. They don't know how the city works. Tanis spread her hands. Sometimes they need a guide. Let me guess, said Lila. You're a guide. Tanis smiled again, all lips, no teeth. That's me. So what brings you to Verose? Lila tipped her head as if considering. I'm on holiday. Tanis let out a barking laugh. And you came here? I wanted to see where the rebel army made their stand. It had been 40 years since the makeshift army, led by magicians from each of the 3 empires, had sailed up the bloody coast on their way toward London, determined to overthrow Arnez. It was a gamble, a baited hook. Tanis tipped her head. Not a fan of the crown? The bait taken. The line drew taut. Lila let her face slide from bland amusement into anger. She looked down at the blade on the table, deciding on her next words. Priests talk about balance. They say magic follows the laws of nature, but nature changes. So why doesn't power? She looked up when she said this. She looked up when she said this last bit. Met Tanis's gaze. Fire bloomed in Lila's hand and she turned it, pressing her palm down against the table, burning a handprint into the wood. Versa strikes me as the kind of place where sparks grow into flames. Lila did not say the word Mana's hand. She didn't have to. A look of recognition had already tossed across Tanis's face. Her eyes darkened, but her smile never fell. And she leaned forward and pressed her own hand over the mark. I'm afraid you're mistaken, she said, drawing her palm in a smoothing gesture over the table, erasing the burn from the wood. If you're looking for a helpful hand, she said, Verose really isn't the place. She stood. But if you find yourself in London, I hear the gardens are lovely. Her gaze flicked once more to the blade on the table. And I'd put that away if I were you, she added. I'd hate for you to lose it. Tanis tipped her head toward the barkeep. "Ollie," she called out, "get the captain a real drink." And then she was gone. A pint of ale arrived, and this time the contents were not entirely sludge, though a far cry from amber. Still, Lila drank and sank back into her seat, turning over the woman's words, lost in her thoughts, the ale fizzing through her head. Lila took a moment to realize the air in the tavern had changed, as if Tanis had shined a light on her and then left it there. She was suddenly glad she'd worn the brown eye instead of the black. The last thing she needed was word of an Antari here. Knowing Verose, someone would try to cut the eye from her head. Lot of good it would do to them. Or take her as a prize to ransom, sell her to the highest bidder, and if that happened, she'd have to make a scene, and Kel would never let her hear the end of it. But Tanis was right about one thing. She should have put the knife away. She'd left it on the table, that pearl sheath shining strangely, and at some point, the tide's patrons had begun to notice. At some point, she'd gone from being the thief to being the mark. Lila felt studied as she drained her drink, as she dug in her pocket for a coin, as she turned up the collar of her coat, as her fingers closed around the Vescan dagger, and she rose from her seat. So she wasn't surprised when she looked up and found a man standing on the table's other side. He was tall and thin as a pole. His eyes dark knots in the hollow of his face. His eye slouched toward the blade. "Careful," he said. "Don't want to cut yourself." "Fuck off," she said, which it turned out was not a welcome answer. She was about to round the table when he shoved it forward into Lila's stomach, pinning her against the wall. "Give it up," he said, hands splayed on the wood as he leaned forward. "Fine," Lila growled. He drew the blade from his sheath and drove it into his hand. The man gaped at her, his face a mask of rage and pain. But before he could pull back, or howl, or draw a weapon of his own, a change rolled over him. He went rigid, mouth open, as his veins blackened and his skin curled, and he burned, charring from the inside out in the time it took Lila to suck in a breath and blow it out. And then he simply fell apart. Nothing but an ashy streak on the table, the floor. The blade stayed upright, unscathed, and the patrons who had carried on despite brawls and broken glass and the sight of drawn steel turned to see Lila standing there, her blade driven down into the table surrounded only by a mound of dust. Lila decided it was time to go. She retrieved the blade and dropped the coin onto the wood, sending up a tiny plume of ash as she slid the dagger back into its sheath and walked away. No one followed. She stepped out into the night, which had gone cold. The top button of her shirt had come undone at some point, and her necklace swung free. A black ring hung at the end of the leather cord, its face printed with a ship. Oh, she kept it. Hey, Crystal, welcome back. She closed her hand over the band and tucked it back beneath her shirt as she set off toward the docks. She made it exactly 10 feet before she realized she wasn't alone. "Fair warning," she said. "I'm not in a sparring mood tonight." "I can see that," said a voice, smooth and deep. She turned and saw a dark-skinned man, dressed head and toe in white, and her first thought was how strange it was, that choice of white so out of place among sailors. She thought as much the first time she'd seen the outfit on Maurice's ship. Oh, I was right. Okay. Valak, she thought. That was his name. "You're a long way from the floating market." His gaze dropped to the blade in her hand and her fingers tightened. Finders keepers, she added. And he couldn't have known what it was, but he obviously did, because he said, a weapon like that belongs to the Feroces Strass, not on the streets. Lila cocked a brow. You came all this way for a knife? No, said Valak. I came all this way for you. Lila's gaze narrowed. If you plan to add me to your collection, you owe Maurice a favor, he cut in. She's calling it in. A favor. Lila should have known, for Maurice offered her the glass black eye. Should have paid then and there, given up a year or two of her life and called it even instead of trading for a favor. A favor was just a nice word for a debt, and Lila hated owing. She had been waiting for the old bat to call it in, had begun to wonder over the years if she'd forgotten. Obviously not. Well, what does she want? Valak held out his other hand. She'll tell you herself. In his palm was a ring, not black like the one around her neck, but silver, a small hourglass stamped into its surface. Still, she recognized the queen's handiwork and was willing to bet there was a twin ring on the old woman's hand. We will need to find a scrying board, he began, but Lila was already stepping forward toward him. Nonsense, she said, nicking her palm with one of her knives. Waste of perfectly good magic. She reached out, closing her fingers over the ring and Valak's hand, pinning the metal between her palms, and before he could pull back, she whispered the words into the air and the whole world shivered and came apart. Oh, she just fucking used her Atari magic to teleport to her. Bruh. Okay, that is such a Lila move. I love that. And that's end of part 11. So now we're on to part 12. Lila Bart stepped out of the darkened road and into a ship's cabin, dragging Valak Patrol behind her. The floor rocked a little beneath her boots, the air rumbling with something like thunder. The room was narrow, lantern lights spilling over cabinets and chests and across a desk, behind which sat Maurice Patrol, captain of the floating market. The old woman was dressed in a white silk robe, her silver hair loose and flowing down her back. She had a glass of wine in one hand, a book in the other. And a moment before she had obviously been enjoying both. Now, however, she was looking up, and Lila had the rare pleasure of seeing surprise scrawled across the captain's face, right before it, and the book snapped shut. You absolute fool, said Maurice in Indonesian as the thunder trailed off. You do know this ship is warded against magical intrusion. So that was the source of the crackling air. I had a feeling it would work. A feeling, said the old woman dryly. You risked my nephew's whole life for a feeling? An educated guess then? Lila twirled Valak's ring on her finger. The palace wars are bound to blood, so the royal family can come and go without a dozen stuffy spells. I figured the Feroces Strass would be the same. As you can see, your nephew is fine. She glanced at Valak, whose brown skin had taken on a gray pallor. He looked like he was about to be sick. More or less, she added. I just woke up. Take care, Slothy. Do your morning routine and everything. Appreciate your lurk. Out of my room, snarled Maurice, and Valak nodded and bolted, stumbling out into the dark. A gust of cold sea air blew in before the door swung shut. Lila turned to survey the contents of the cabinets. It had been 7 years since she'd stood in this very room. 7 years since she'd come aboard the ship in search of a way to beat Osara. She'd been waiting for a chance to come back. "What are you doing here?" demanded Maurice. "I was invited," said Lila, holding out the silver ring. Its twin glinted, one of the several on the woman's bony hand. "That was an invitation to talk," she said without reaching for the band. "Not visit. I'm sure Valak made that clear." "Must have slipped his mind," said Lila, letting the ring fall onto the table. "I suppose I could ask how you got your hands on a piece of the Queen's craft, but..." She trailed off, gesturing at the ship, whose very purpose was to trade in and store risky magic. "She's a clever thing, isn't she?" mused Maurice. "Of course, Her Majesty did not invent paired magic, but still, an elegant execution of the principle. A mind like that can be a dangerous thing. By all means, take her, store her in one of the crates on your ship." Maurice inclined her head. "You don't like her? You don't like her." "I don't trust her," said Lila, sinking into the chair opposite the desk. A pale sack lay beside her boot, and it took her a moment to realize it was in fact an ancient-looking dog. It was suspiciously still. She toed it gently with her boot, just to make sure that it was breathing. It sighed, and she turned her attention back to Maurice. "You look old." "I feel older," she shot back, adding, "What have you done with your eye?" They both knew she wasn't talking about the ones currently in Lila's face, but the one currently back in her cabin stored in its velvet box, its surface neither brown nor blue, but black as pitch. Black as the eye she'd lost to a doctor's scalpel back in her London, before she'd known about the other worlds or the magic they possessed, let alone the term Antari. The eye she traded for a favor. "I do wear it now and then," she said, "but I've found that people are fools. Showing them your power is like showing them your hand at cards. Making them guess at it is instead, and they'll almost always guess wrong." The door opened and Valak returned, looking steadier on his feet. He crossed the room and set the spelled blade on the desk. "That's still mine," said Lila as Maurice took up the dagger and the ray eased it from its sheath, studying the pearl surface. She frowned, wrinkles crackling like ice across her skin. "Do you know what it does?" "It kills people." Maurice rolled her eyes. "Ordinary knives kill people. This uses a person's own magic to destroy them. It taps into the power in their blood and turns it against their body." Lila straightened, interest piqued. She remembered the way the man in the tavern seemed to catch fire from the inside out, just before he turned to ash. She wondered what it might do to a bone magician. Would they come apart like a string of pearls, or collapse like a sack of boneless meat? What would happen if it skewed an Antari? Is that foreshadowing? "With a single cut," finished Maurice. "Right," said Lila. "So it's a knife, and it kills people." Maurice shook her head. "What a shame that all your power doesn't come with sense." She tucked open a drawer in her desk. "Still mine," muttered Lila as the blade vanished inside. "Consider it payment for boarding my ship. Now get out." "But I just got here and you haven't even said why you called." "Unless it was simply to catch up. I know it must get lonely." "Out of my chambers. Valak, show Captain Barr to the lower deck. Don't let her touch anything." Lila rose, hands splayed. "Come now. Even I wouldn't be foolish enough to steal from your ship." "Someone was," said Maurice, and before Lila could ask, she emptied her glass and nodded at the door. Lila made to leave, but halfway out, she glanced back. There was something she had been wanting to ask, something she had to know. The strongest magic in the world is on this ship. If there were anything here that could help Kel. Her voice tightened, betraying her need. Over the last 7 years, they had searched, tried tinctures, tried spells, tried every fucking thing under the sun. And nothing they'd found in the 3 empires or any markets, black or hidden or otherwise, had been able to fix what was broken in him. Eventually, Kel had stopped looking. She hadn't. I would pay the price, she added. Maurice pursed her lips. Clear one debt before you take another. Venom rose like bile in her throat, but the captain held up a hand to cut her off. She looked suddenly tired. If I had anything that could restore Kelmarish's power or ease his suffering, I would give it. She almost said freely. Lila saw her shaping the word, but Maurice had more sense than that. Instead, the old woman shook her head and said, Don't. The words landed like a heavy door swung shut by the wind, and this time, when Maurice waved her away, Lila turned and followed Velik out. Oh my god. If Red London's night market had been scraped off the avenue beside the aisle and piled onto a boat, tents and stalls crowding every inch of space, it still wouldn't have held a candle to the Ferrasis Strasse. The ship was twice the size of a baron, a maze of halls and decks and cabins, spaces piled like a stack of books on a too small table. Lila had always been good at making maps. Not the kind on paper, but the ones that lived in her head. Maps of town alleys and city streets, multiple worlds consigned entirely to memory. She could walk a road and learn it with her feet and never get turned around a second time, and yet there was no point aboard the Ferrasis Strasse. Maybe it wasn't magic, a spell designed to alter memory, or maybe it was simply the chaos and clutter, the dazzling distraction of 100 powerful things. But Velik clearly knew his way. She followed him down the stairs and through a corridor packed tight with rooms. More than once, her steps slowed before a curtained alcove, hoping to steal a look at the contents within, but Velik's voice called her on. Around a corner, up one set of stairs, and down another, until they finally reached the only stretch of open space on board, the lower deck. The captain's other nephew, Katros, leaned against the main mast, carving a bit of wood into a rash piece. At the sight of Lila Bart, he straightened, eyes flicking once from the platform on the side of the ship where visitors were meant to board to the way from which she'd clearly come. But Lila's gaze went straight to the deck. Even in the lantern glow, she could see the damage, the stain of blood in the wooden boards, the fractal scourge of magic. What happened here? She asked, following the tendrils of the shattered ward to a section of splintered rail. Katros and Velik both opened their mouths, but it was Maurice who answered. I was robbed. She had clearly taken another route and dressed on the way, trading the robe for a white linen tunic and pants, her silver hair pulled back into a braid. The old white dog tailed silently behind her. Robbed? Lila's hand fell away from the rail. I didn't think that was possible. It shouldn't be, said Maurice, crossing her arms. Lila wanted to ask how they'd done it, but questions were like coins to people like Maurice. You had to be careful how you spent them. So instead, she asked a more pertinent question. What does this have to do with me? 3 thieves came aboard my ship. 1 got away. Lila scuffed her shoe over the bloodstained deck. And you want me to track them down? The thief matters far less than the object they took, or who might have wanted to collect it. Katros held out a slip of paper with a drawing on it. There was damage in the attack, said Maurice, but could still work. Lila studied the drawing. It looked like a detailed sketch of a box, its only decoration an iron ring set on its front. It looked simple enough, but when Lila was young, she'd stolen something that reminded her of it. A puzzle box, the kind designed to hide its own key. It was small and made of wood and brass, with pieces that slid and turned, hinges that shifted, and clasps that would only come free if you moved all the bits in the right way in the right order. It had taken her 3 hours to open that box. The first two to try and solve the puzzle, the third to crush it with a rock. This one looked basic enough, but then again, it was on the Forassestrasse. Not just that, but Maurice cared enough for her to track it down when it might not even work, which meant the chance it did was enough to make the older woman call in her favor. Well, what does it do? Asked Lila. Maurice sighed and gazed out past the ship into the dark. It was a moonless night, the seas so black they seemed to be floating in the sky. The old woman had a faraway shine in her eyes, and Lila had a feeling she was about to hear a story whether she wanted one or not. Antari have always been rare, but there was time when you could count them on more than one hand. A time when most people hadn't only heard of their power, but seen it up close. Seen it and wanted it for themselves. It's hardly surprising. A drop of blood, a single phrase, and you can turn flesh to stone, can shatter walls or seal them up, heal a mortal wound, or open doors within the world and between them. I'm well aware of what I can do, said Lila. Maurice shot her a warning look. Everything you do can be done with a spell. That was the theory. So fabricators set out to design spellwork that could emulate your gifts. A bad feeling was beginning to curl in Lila's gut, but this time she didn't interrupt. Antari magic, continued Maurice, is the place where spell and element meet. It is simple and elegant, and the craft needed to replicate it was none of those things. It was volatile and complicated and required devices to contain the magic to keep the spells from falling apart or unraveling in horrible ways. But it worked, guessed Lila. But it worked, said Maurice. The object they stole is called a Persalis, a doormaker. Lila's bad feeling turned to horror. Tell me this doesn't make doors between worlds. Thankfully, no, said Maurice. Only Antari were ever able to manage that, but it does make doors within them. The iron ring in the front comes free and is used to mark the destination. The box creates a portal. Just like Astasken, thought Lila. The spell that allowed her to make a shortcut into the world, step into the street onto the ship. Unlike your magic, continued Maurice, this portal stays open no matter how many people pass through. As long as the spell's active, an entire army could move from one location into another. Horror hardened into anger. Lila's jaw clenched. Do you ever think, she said, that instead of storing the world's most dangerous magic, you might simply destroy it and save us all the headache? If I had done that, there would have been no rings to share Antari power, and the three of you would have lost to a Sauron, after which London would have fallen to this plague, followed swiftly, I imagine, by everywhere else. If you only think of the wrong hands magic can fall into, you forget that now and then they are the right ones. Lila raked a hand through her hair. So one thief made it off the ship, and the other two didn't. Maurice said simply. She flicked her fingers at Katros, who produced a small pouch. Everything that was in their pockets, he explained. Pass it to Lila. She pulled the string and tipped the contents out into her palm. Nothing but a few red lin, barely enough to pay for a meal. Tell me you have more than this, she said, returning the coins to the pouch. Maurice cleared her throat. He also had a mark burned into his skin. A handprint. At that, Lila muttered a quiet fuck. Ever the poet, said the captain of the Ferocistras, and Lila thought, not for the first time, that she should have paid for the damned glass eye some other way. I suggest you find the box quickly, added Maurice, before someone puts it to use. And here I thought I'd take my time. Lila shoved a pouch of coins into her pocket. Anything else? Maurice drew something from her pocket, a card-sized piece of glass. This might help. Lila took the object, turned it over in her hands. It looked ordinary enough, but since it was here on Maurice's ship, chances were it wasn't. So she held it up. Are you going to make me guess? The old woman let out a sound that might have been a laugh. It came out dry as paper. Think of it as a backward glance, she said. In case, like me, you find yourself a step behind. She explained how to activate the spell, but when Lila lifted the glass to her eye to test it, the word already on her tongue, Maurice's hand shot out, old fingers closing around her wrist. Use it wisely, she warned. It only works once. Of course. The Antari sighed, slipping the fragile pane into her coat. Well, if there's nothing else. She unsheathed the small blade from her hip, but as she brought the steel to her skin, Maurice cleared her throat. I wouldn't. The ward's bent for my nephew. I doubt they'd be so kind to you. She nodded at the boarding platform, which jutted like a narrow tongue out over the sea. It reminded Lila of a plank, the kind mutinous sailors were forced to walk in penny dreadfuls. Better safe than sorry. Lila stepped up onto the plank. The ship bobbed in the current, the wooden board dipping beneath her boots, but she didn't stumble. She took one step and then another, past the body of the ship and the wards that shielded it until she was safely out over the sea. She could have stopped there, but something urged her forward, to the very edge of the plank. Lila looked down at the black water as she drew a sliver of wood from a pocket, a piece of the bird at the bow of her ship. Alucard had a fit when he noticed the missing feather, chiseled from the sculptor's wing, but Lila had good reason. The Persalis may be an imposter's magic tool, but it understood one thing. Never open a door unless you know where it leads. She pressed her thumb to the edge of her knife, felt the bite of metal, the well of blood. Delilah, called Maurice. Lila looked back. Let me guess, you want me to be careful. Again, the dry laugh. Careful is for old bodies crossing wet floors, said Maurice, breeze tugging at her silver braids. I want you to get me back that fucking box. Malila smiled, pressed her bloody thumb to the wooden feather. Aye, aye, Captain, she said, stepping off the ship as the spell left her lips. She never hit the waves. A heartbeat later, Lila landed on the Baron's deck. A short drop, a lurch in her chest, and then her boots hit the wood, half astride from Vasri and Raya, whose heads were bent over a game of Sanct. Vasri yelped and fell backward off his stool. Raya's mouth twitched in amusement. Never get used to that, said Vasri, getting back to his feet. Lila rolled her head on her shoulders as she strolled across the deck, tucking the wooden feather back in her pocket. The thrill of the night had worn away, and she felt suddenly tired, her bones aching from the fight on the crow, her thoughts churning from Maurice's mission, her skin stained with blood and power. She peeled off her coat and tossed it aside, rinsing her hands and face with a jug of water. "Straws and Taff?" "Sasa," answered Raya. "Out cold," translated Basri, whose Frisian had gotten understandably better over the years. "What about our neighbors?" she asked, nodding down the docks to the empty berth where the crow had been. "Any trouble?" "Oh, plenty," said Basri. "The other 4 came back looking for the ship." "And?" "It's Verose," he said with an amiable shrug. "If they didn't want to lose it, they shouldn't have left it. It did come around," he added, asking if we'd seen anything, but it was clear we were rather occupied. Raya flicked her fingers and a tiny curl of water splashed his face. Lila scanned the deck. "We haven't seen him," said Vasri, reading her thoughts. "Not since he came back. Went straight down to his room, and we thought best to leave him be." She nodded. All these years, and the crew still kept Cal at a distance. She couldn't exactly blame them. Strauss wasn't happy to have a royal prince on board, said it drew too much attention. Tav and Vasri treated him like a piece of precious cargo. Raya acted like he was a cannon that might go off at any moment. In short, they were afraid of him. They were afraid of Lila too, of course, but it was different. They were afraid of what she could do. They were afraid of what Kel was. Even if they were both Antari, the crew managed to forget about Bard's eye until she did something like step out of thin air onto the ship. "Appreciate the lurk, Lemons. Hope you're having a good day." Lila bid them good night and went down the short flight of stairs into the body of the Baron. She wanted a bath, wanted a hot meal, wanted a bed. But when she reached her cabin, it was only to shed her coat and slip the glass card Maurice had given her into the top drawer of her desk. After that, she continued down the narrow hall to the closed door at the end. She didn't bother knocking. Kel lay on his side in the dark, his hair making small waves across the pillow. His eyes were shut, but she knew he wasn't sleeping. He never slept, not when she was out. Lila sank down beside him, stretched out long in the narrow bed, and he pretended to stir, rolling first onto his back and then toward her. "Hello," he said in English. His voice was soft and low, and he felt herself leaning into the word as much as the sound. All her life, she'd taken the language for granted, but here in this world, English was a royal tongue, reserved for Anesian nobles and the crown at court, an ostentation born from centuries of Antari magicians carrying missives between London kings and queens. But here, at sea, something private, the language they slipped into only when they were alone. Kel reached out and brushed the clump of hair behind her ear. These days, his hands were rougher, but his touch was just as light, as if she were the one who might break. "Where have you been?" he asked, and she told him of Tanis's warning, of Valik's arrival, of Maurice, and the robbery aboard the floating market, and the mission that she'd been given. Soon, Kel was sitting up, chin resting on his knotted hands as he listened to the story of the Persalis, the 3 thieves who came to steal it, and the one who got away. And when she finished, he did not tell her it was too dangerous, did not say it was a fool's errand, a needle in a haystack when you couldn't find the hay. He did not even ask where they would start. He knew as well as she did. If this was the work of the hand, it was to only one end: the palace, the crown, the king. Lila stretched out long beside him, felt her limbs loosen at last. To London then, he said in the dark. She nodded and whispered back. To London. And that's the end of chapter 2, guys. Oh my god. I love it. I fucking love it. But I think that for the book part, we're done for today. We've gone through an entire chapter. We finished chapter 1 and went through the entirety of chapter 2. So next time we're going to be starting with chapter 3, which is called The King's Heart. So that's going to be interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it. This chapter now, like having all the characters back and seeing what they're up to, I'm so fucking happy. And all the little callbacks to the previous book, it fills my heart with joy. I'm loving it. It is so good. I'm having so much fun with it already. And we're like, where are we at now? Almost at 150 pages. Like, it's 150 out of like 500, 600, I think. Yeah, 614. Okay. So, yeah. We're like a bit more than the sixth through the book. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. Can't wait to continue. But I think ending at the chapter end is a good idea today. We've been going for like 4 hours of reading at this point because we didn't really do much yapping in the beginning. So I don't want to do it for too long. I want to keep them shorter, more digestible, even for YouTube. So I can keep the videos a bit shorter on YouTube as well. It's only like 3-4 hours instead of like, I know like the first few books, like the first, Dr. Shades of Magic and everything, there's like 11 hours VODs or something. Like, oh god, I still have to upload those. That's gonna take so fucking long. But yeah, that's great. I am absolutely loving this book and I cannot wait to continue next week. I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. Especially the people who do know the trilogy before and also love all like the little callbacks and nods back and I'm so happy. I was so happy when I saw some of those. I was like, god damn, I love those little callbacks. I hope they continue on doing that. Schwab's writing is just really nice. I love it. I'm really, really enjoying it. So I'm very much looking forward to continuing with that book next week. I'm glad I also had way more energy today to even continue for this long, because oh my god, we really they're like, I think almost 4 hours at this point. I would say I did like maybe 10-15 minutes of talking in the beginning. So like, what's our uptime? Yeah, 4.5 hours. So yeah, roughly like 4 hours of reading. So I think that's good for today. I don't know. It's a long time. Yeah, I mean, usually we do like 3-4 hours of reading, so this is like the average now, but it was definitely more than last week, that's for sure. I definitely have to upload the previous 3 books still. I really need to before the deadline for the Twitch changes and everything, because God, I don't want to lose those. I don't want to lose those. I want you guys to be able to experience them whenever, especially now having like the next book and everything. There's gonna be like a lot of callbacks and references. I feel like that if you haven't read the previous books, you're gonna miss out on a few things, because especially they don't really give us like introductions to the characters again of the already previously established ones, like Kel, like Lila, like Alucard, and all of those people. They're just like, oh yeah, that's what they're doing now. So if you don't know about like the history and everything, it's kind of hard to follow in a way. So I want to make it able for you guys to be able to actually catch all of that and experience the other 3 books as well. So I definitely have to still upload those, which I will do this week. I'll promise. This week, the trilogy will be uploaded. I'm trying to think right now. What else do I need to upload? Oh, it's just the trilogy left, I think. I did Ocean at the End of the Lane, which was the very first book we read. Then we did the trilogy, which I haven't uploaded yet. Then we did Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Then we did Six of Crows, and then Crooked Kingdom. Yeah, so the only thing I'm missing is the trilogy, because I'm already working on uploading Fragile Threads because I have to, because I can't save them as highlights. So they're only there for 2 weeks. So I'm a bit more on a time limit with that one. So the first part of Fragile Threads from last week is already on YouTube, by the way. The new part today will probably be uploaded sometime this week as well, after I uploaded the trilogy. So look forward to that, guys. On the YouTube channel, everything is there. Like, most of it is going to be there. I don't know if I want to do Persona today. I feel like I'm a bit too tired to play like such a action game right now with like Persona, where I actually have to like really pay attention to my combos and the enemies and everything. Maybe we'll do a bit of Honkai to like wind down and chill for a bit, you know, just hanging out, continuing on the story a little bit, maybe using up all my daily stuff. Also, I know I talked about it on the special program stream, but I might actually not pull for Escoffier now. I was watching a bit more stuff on her, and I feel like she won't be that much of an upgrade to most of my team and my account. And maybe I like her, like I don't know much about her personality yet. Maybe she's gonna be like a personality and looks kind of pole above anything else. But as like looking into it for my account, if she would be helping me in any way, I don't think she would help much. Like Yeah, with Neuvillette, the team might be a bit better. But the thing is, like, right now, my most two teams I use, even like for Abyss, what I did this cycle, was Neuvillette and Gaming. If I do Escoffier with Neuvillette, I might want to put Citlali in there. And then I can't use Citlali for Gaming. And that makes the Gaming team worse. So I might just stick to what I have right now. And I would probably pull for her if I would also go for Skirk. But I don't think I will go for Skirk. So what I might do actually on the next update will be that I will try and go for Navia's weapon instead. Because I need that weapon. I want my Navia to be even better. Because if I have the weapon, I can switch to crit rate circlet for crit damage circlet and make her crit ratio even better. Because then it'd be like a 73 over 2, almost 230 or something with my current artifacts. With her signature, that's going to be a really good Navia actually. So I'm looking forward to that. I really feel like we can make that work. Hopefully I get the weapon. Last time I got a weapon from the weapon banner, like an exclusive weapon, it was dog shit. It was trash. I hated it. Like, goddamn. So, yeah, I don't know. It's I'll probably try and go for Navia's weapon. I mean, if I lose and get Escoffier's weapon, I think Escoffier's weapon isn't too bad, actually. Let me check. Attack and it's crit damage substat. Attack increase if a character equipped with this weapon is off field. Attack is increased by 12%. When healed, equipped and healed characters receive the Berry Ode effect, which increases their attack. Okay. So somebody who could do off-field damage on polearms that scale with attack, who could... I guess you could actually kind of use it on Emily. I could put it on Emily. She won't get the healing effect because she doesn't heal. Like in a way, you know, if Yao Yao would actually scale on attack, that would be funny. You know, that would be funny. But like, I feel like for my current build, this weapon, like for my current Emily, this weapon might actually be better than Homa on her. So yeah, like it could be an Emily upgrade, and then maybe I could put Homa on Arlecchino. But then I need like more crit rate, I think. I'll find a way to make it work. I think I'll swap around some artifacts and see what happens. But I think Emily could get Escoffier's polearm. If I lose to it, if I even get a 5-star, that's the thing. I don't even know how much into payday I am. I don't think I'm much into payday at all. So I don't even think I will get a 5-star. But if I do, if it's either of the two featured weapons, I feel like I'll be fine with it. It seems like I can make it work. I won't get the full effect. Because the wearer of the polearm has to be the one initiating the heals. So it can't just be like, oh, this person gets healed through, like, I don't know, Shen Yun's team-wide healing or anything. No, like the polearm user has to be the one healing. And I don't think we have another. Do we have another attack scaling polearm healer? I mean, technically. Wait. Nah, wait. My mind is going places. I know of an attack scaling polearm healer that also usually is off field. They wouldn't really do much damage, but they would it would usually benefit from that increased attack. Nah. Wait. I feel like that could actually be one of her best weapons. If you just want to be a meme with it. No, why is my mind going this place right now? I'm thinking like I'm getting this weapon, but like if I get a 5-star, if it's Navia's weapon, obviously it's gonna go on Navia. If I get Escoffier's weapon, I have 2 potential users. I can either do Emily and I only get the 24% attack, the 12 from itself, and then when the character's off field, the extra 12%. So I won't get the extra 32% from the initiating healing. But I am thinking of another potential character could use it. If the buff doesn't snapshot and like the attack can vary, so the buff varies, I feel like there's another character that can really utilize this weapon to a weird potential. And I hate it. Oh, I just noticed in what Reddit this was posted. This is actually okay. But yeah, no, probably no Escoffier. Like I said, we're gonna do weapon polls. We'll see. Okay, so that, and then there. All right, I need to swap around a few things here real quick, so let me just turn off the camera, and then we do this. I hate the fact that my cables are getting caught everywhere. Leave me alone, let me do my thing. Where's this getting caught now? Oh, there we go. Okay. I need to clean up this cable mess behind my desk here at some point. Make it a bit more organized again. Maybe one day. We are turning this off, and this off. This. Let me put this on. And go to Honkai. We're going to change this around. There we go.